Preston. How are you? I'll call on you at least once.
Oh, no, that's all right. Just let me be.
Okay, I've got 6 o'clock. I would like to first start by welcoming everybody to the City of Nampa Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, August 25th, 2026. Can we have a roll call, please?
Chairman Miller,
Here.
thank you. Vice Chair Garner, absent. Commissioner Kehoe,
Here.
Commissioner Daffer, absent. Commissioner Morgan,
Here.
Commissioner Copeland, absent. Commissioner Kirkman,
Here.
Commissioner Turner,
Here.
Commissioner Feen.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking. Where did he go?
He's right there behind the TV.
Oh. Where did he go? I don't see him back there.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. For the record, we had 4 final plats that were approved by City Council. Adara number 2, Spring Hollow Ranch number 6, Trestle Creek number 1, and Reflections Edge number 5. And then we had 2 public hearings. The first one was for a variance for reduced front yard setback and reduced landscape buffer requirements at an existing in-home daycare, and that was 3424 East Greenhurst Road, and that was approved. 5 in favor, 1 opposed. The next one was a zoning map amendment from BC to BN and RD, and a development agreement and subdivision preliminary plat for Spring Shores Commons. You recommended approval on July 14th, and the City Council approved it on a 3-3, and then the mayor broke the tie and approved it. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Rodney. Appreciate it. Buddy, take a motion to
Oh, yeah, sorry, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
you're
I'll
good.
make a motion that we approve consent agenda.
Second. It's been moved by Kirkman, seconded by Feen to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We will go ahead and move right into our public hearing portion of this meeting. So the way it works, if you haven't been here before, we will open the meeting up, call the applicant up. They will have 7 minutes to present what their thoughts and plans are to do with the piece of property. We'll then turn the time over to staff. They'll give us a report on facts and findings, and then we will open it up for public testimony. When you come to the mic, we would ask you to speak into the mic and give us your name and address for the record. It's really important for the records that we have that information, and we don't want to stop you once you start. So if you could try to remember that, it's helpful. Each person will have 3 minutes per item. If you'd like to speak on each item, that's fine. You get 3 minutes each time you come up to the mic and speak. If you just agree with what's already been said, we have no problem with you coming to the mic and saying, I agree, you know, traffic's bad, whatever your thoughts are, and then sit down. We'll take that to note, and it'll be part of the record. So with that, we will start with item 3-1, annexation and zoning to RD zoning district, conditional use permit for duplexes. Subdivision preliminary plat and plan unit development for South Side duplexes, subdivision at 1111 South Side Boulevard for Colby Hilbig, representing Enoch Amos Living Trust. Is the applicant here?
Good evening, gentlemen of the commission. It's a pleasure to present today. My name is Mike Washburn with Focus Consulting. My address is 1001 North Rosario, Suite 100 in Meridian, Idaho. So we're here today to present the project at 1111 Southside Boulevard. This is a coordinated application for annexation, a PUD, a conditional use permit, and preliminary plat. And our goal with this project was to create an appropriate infill for the property that responds to the surrounding neighborhood, the city's comprehensive plan, and the unique configuration of this site, as you will see. I'm able to scroll on this. Oh. Fast. There we go. Oh, I'm out again. This property sits along Southside Boulevard between some existing residential neighborhoods on the west and some high-density residential use going along Southside Boulevard. And this location is important because we see this property as really as a natural transition between the single-family homes located on the west and the already high-density use that's going along the corridor there. Go. Okay. This property is approximately 3.98 acres of underutilized property, which includes an uninhabitable home currently. The comprehensive plan identifies this as medium density, and so we're not proposing, something to go beyond that at this time. And within those, we propose a mix of duplexes and 6 family lots, like I said, creating a transition between both sides where we have single-family homes and higher density to the east. Sort of our site plan, and a lot of thought and intentionality went into meeting with the neighbors of this community and the surrounding landowners. Even so as that they have provided enough feedback where we actually pivoted and listened to them and changed our initial proposal. So we replaced 14 duplexes and now have 6 single-family lots to match the existing use there on that side. We've put all the existing, or the 6 family lots on the north side to kind of create a buffer, some space there. We've curved the public roadway there to, provide kind of a more residential feel, as well as for some traffic calming. As far as parking goes, we are providing 5 additional than the 59 that were required. So we're not, putting all the parking on potentially the surrounding neighborhood. We even met with a family. They had a child that loved basketball, and so hey, we're gonna throw in a basketball hoop in our property as well. And then also we've got the open space adjacent there to the property to the south. And then we're also looking at those 2 lots on the west. We actually have a variance for those 2 lots. They're actually above the 8,000 square feet, but we're actually not reducing those lot sizes. We want to make them larger in order to fit with the single-family lots that already exist on the west over there. So the comprehensive plan, it's medium density residential. So the R6, so the RS/4 zone fits with that. The duplexes are supported through the conditional use permit process, which gives the city the opportunity to evaluate compatibility with the surrounding development. And then with the PUD, we see this as providing targeted flexibility for the site because of its unusual narrow constraints. You know, it's 130 feet wide, and it's almost 1,500 feet long. And we're really looking to find some good use in that. We feel like we've come up with a great solution here. So the requested relief, like I said, it's a very long, very narrow site. So we would like to have the rear setbacks reduced from 15 feet to 4 feet, and this allows the duplexes to sit inside this property. The parking setback, we would go from 20 to 0 to allow for covered parking. And as I mentioned before, the lot size exception, we want those two abutting lots to kind of fit with that existing single-family neighborhood there to the west. And now we just have some renderings on the next few slides. We just didn't want to make sure this was compatible on paper. We wanted to add some beauty and aesthetic to the surrounding neighborhood. So the intent is kind of like a residential streetscape, and these duplexes will have variations in colors and textures, covered patios, and really a nice emphasis on street presence for that area. Have just a shot there at the front of the duplexes, the covered parking. Here's looking at the south side. There. Who doesn't love a nice playground / basketball hoop? And so a part of the project here is these duplex, the unit design. The company that designs these is actually based in Caldwell, so we're wanting local Idaho in-house builders and manufacturers to contribute to the community. So steel structures, fire sprinklers, high efficiency, like I said, that appealing street presence. With the staff findings, we really found this to be in harmony with the comprehensive plan, speaking of that medium density residential. The project also qualifies as infill because it's taking an uninhabitable, unusable space and turning it into something for the community. Police and fire services are readily available, as well as sewer, water, and pressure irrigation. And overall, we believe this is a thoughtful infill project that will take a space that is currently underutilized and kind of an eyesore there with the abandoned house, and provide some housing and some just aesthetic appeal to the neighborhood as well. The PUD flexibility is there to, not so that we can maximize lots on the site, but that we can work with the constraints of this unique site and really make something viable there for the community. So that is all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll call you back up if we have questions a little later.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Fry, we're up.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Candace Fry, Associate Planner for the City of Nampa. The request before you this evening is an annexation and zoning to RS4 Single Family Residential. The RD was a typo, but we did send out corrected notices, and the sign was corrected as well. Conditional use permit for the duplexes, a subdivision preliminary plat, and a planned unit development for south side duplexes. The original concept is 19 residential lots, including 6 single-family detached homes and 13 two-unit duplex dwellings with reduced rear yard, duplex setbacks to 4 feet, and reduced duplex front setback to 0 for the garages and the carports. Property details, this parcel is currently under Canyon County jurisdiction. The surrounding zoning to the north is Canyon County, to the south is RD, two-family residential, to the west is RS6, single-family residential, and to the east is Canyon County and RML, limited multifamily residential. Comprehensive plan designates this area as medium-density residential. The surrounding land use designation, the adjacent parcels are currently designated as medium-density residential and some commercial to the east. Here is a copy of the preliminary plat, and then a lot of applicable regulations. So the first one is for annexation, Idaho State Code Title 50-2225, and Nampa City Code Title 10, Chapter 2, 4C, outline the requirements for annexation with consent of property owners, specifically those four. You have seen them before, but they are here again for reference. And then the zoning, so 10.2.3.c, conclusions of law pertinent to proposed zoning map amendments. And then Nampa City Code Title 10, Chapter 8, the RS zoning district, single-family residential. And then Chapter 27-1.c, which is the subdivision code. Even more applicable regulations. This is for the conditional use permit. So Chapter 25 of Title 10 talks about the conditional use permit, and then the conditional use permit criteria is below for your reference as well. All right, Title 10, Chapter 26 is the plan unit development chapter. And then they also have under 1026-4.b, the bulk requirements that would otherwise be applicable to a project developed in a given zone wherein a PUD is proposed / allowed may be altered by the commission as a part of the PUD review and approval process. And then at the very bottom, it is 1026-4.b.2, parking space clearance that talks about the garage and carport shall be no closer to the street or alley than 20 feet. I think we're done with that one. Correspondence, no public comments were received. The Nampa Fire District does not oppose the application subject to compliance with code requirements and conditions of approval as noted in the attached memo in your staff report. Nampa Engineering Division, engineering provided general water and sewer comments, also provided standard comments regarding access and traffic, and then their attached memo is in the staff report as well. The Nampa Police Department, Nampa PD projects future service needs based on the overall population density, and development type. Southside Duplexes is projected to add 77 new residents to the city of Nampa's current population. Therefore, Nampa PD is recommending a commitment to fund 0.1 additional officers and 0.05 additional support staff if this project is approved to maintain current police levels. So a lot in the staff analysis, so I will dig in. According to the comprehensive plan, we do have a section for infill development. So infill development is the process of developing vacant or underused parcels within the city. Infill development allows the utilization of existing community services such as water and sewer rather than constructing new facilities in areas that have not been developed in city limits. Police and fire services areas would need to be extended, and in addition, infill development can, and then I've listed that out here. Oops. And then way down at the bottom is Nampa City Code 1032, which is our land use chart. So in the RS zone, dwelling single-family homes is a permitted use in the RS zoning district, and then duplexes require a conditional use permit in the RS zoning district. So here, 1085-A is the spatial and bulk requirements for principal structures and accessory structures. So I do have the setbacks listed here. So in the front, it's 20 to the garage and then 15 to the living area. And then the sides are 5 feet, and then the rear setbacks are 15 feet. And then the applicant is requesting those reduced rear yard setbacks. They are requesting to reduce the setback from 15 feet for rear setbacks for standard buildable lots to 4 feet. And then I'd like to also mention that that reduced setback is only for the duplex lots. It is not for the single-family homes. Those will follow the standard setbacks. 1085.b is the density requirements and lot sizes. So the lot sizes in the RS4 zone range from 4,000 to 8,000 square feet. The lot sizes for this project range from 4,323 square feet to 8,817 square feet. There are 2 lots that exceed the 8,000 square feet maximum lot size. Block 1, Lot 3, and Block 1, Lot 2 is included in the exception request. City Council will make the final decision for this exception request. And then density, medium density residential designation has a density range of 2.5 to 8 dwelling units an acre. This project is proposing a total of 32 residential units on 4 acres. The overall density for this project will be 8 dwelling units an acre. And then the parking. So 1022-6 talks about the number of spaces required. So single-family homes in the RS zone require 2 parking spots, and 1 of them shall be covered. And then they mentioned the applicant mentioned that all of the duplexes will be 2 bedrooms. So doing the math, according to city code, they would need a minimum of 71 parking spaces. And after confirming with the applicant, there has been a change, and it's highlighted here and then later on in the facts for your reference. They have clarified that they are providing 76 parking spaces, which is more than the minimum that is required. There was a mention of, I believe it was 64, that was for the duplexes only. So we did add, once we did the math again for the single-family homes, they were over that minimum requirement. And then parking setback reduction. So Nampa City Code 1026.4.b.2 requires garages and carports to be no closer than 20 feet to the street. However, the applicant is requesting for the duplex lots to be located directly adjacent to the internal road with no setback. The open space requirements, so 1027.6.m.2, developments with a gross acreage of 2 to 4.99 acres need to provide at least 10% of the total gross parcel area for qualified open space. This project is proposing to provide 0.48 acres or 12% of qualified open space. And then some of the amenities that they listed in their narrative was a barbecue area, a shaded structure, a tot lot, and then, as you heard tonight, a basketball hoop. And then landscaping, 1033-4.c.3.a is the landscape buffer for a single-family residential subdivision. So a 25-foot landscape buffer will be required along Southside Boulevard, and a landscape plan will be reviewed to meet code requirements with the building permit. And then I do have here, as well as in the staff report, the PUD request and the elements. So I did take all of the information from the PUD code and how it applied to their project and what they were requesting to make it a little easier to read, but I will try and speed through it if I can. So 1026.4.b.1 is building separation, and they shall meet current adopted international building code. And then the applicant has indicated that all structures will meet building code separation requirements. And then staff has no issues. The building department will review each permit for compliance with code. And then 1026-4.b.2 is parking space clearance. So that one again talks about the 20 feet for garages and carports. They can't be any closer than the 20 feet. However, the applicant is requesting relief from the 20-foot garage/carport setback, and then the covered carports and open parking stalls on the duplex lots are proposed directly adjacent to the internal road with no setback. The single-family homes will follow the standard setback requirements for the RS zone, and then city code does require that there will be a 20-foot setback from the front property line. 1026.4.b.3 is regarding access. So access to a public street is assured to each and every building, lot / parcel by direct access. And then the applicant has stated that access to a public street is assured to each building lot by direct frontage on the internal public road. And then 1026.4.b.4 is the height of the buildings. So in the PUD code, you can, if you would like, request to extend 2 stories above the limitation of the zone in which it is located only when the zone does not abut a single-family residence, residential subdivision, residential zoning district, or lower medium-density residential land use designation on the future land use map. And then the applicant has stated in their narrative that all buildings will be 2 stories. The building heights will not exceed the RS zone height limitations. And then 1026-4.c.2 is the buildable lot size and density requirements. So new lots created on or after October 4, 2021 by a lot split or through a subdivision of the land must conform to the minimum and maximum lot size and density requirements established for the zoning district assigned to that parcel or as approved through a PUD in order to be considered a buildable lot. So again, the applicant is requesting an exception to the maximum lot size in the RS zone for Block 1, Lots 2 and 3. The exception request will ultimately be up to City Council whether to approve or not. So Block 1, Lot 2 is only above the maximum lot size requirement by 4 square feet. And then Lot 3, Block 1 is over the 8,000 square foot maximum by 817 square feet. 1026.4.b talks about the bulk requirements. And so that could be setbacks, property depth, property width, building height, density, and street frontage. So they are requesting that reduced rear yard setback, and then the PUD code allows for the commission to allow deviations from the setback, lot sizes, property depth, so on and so forth, without one or more variance application permits being required. So that's why they are requesting it through a PUD, not a variance. And then I have at the very bottom 1022-6, which is the parking. And then I do have that corrected here as well, that they are providing 76 parking spaces instead of that 64, so they are above the minimum requirement. So findings for RS4, zoning to RS4. And then findings for annexation. So the proposed zoning map amendment for the parcel listed is in harmony with the comprehensive plan because it proposes a zone of RS that is allowed in the designation of medium density residential on the future land use map and complies with the principles outlined in the comprehensive plan. The future land use map was established after thoroughly analyzing land uses for compatibility. The project provides a set of uses that would be reasonably compatible adjoining property because the existing uses are all proposed are residential, and it is in the public's best interest and reasonably necessary because it will extend city utilities, it will install frontage improvements, and it is compatible with the surrounding uses, and it will comply with adopted city codes. More findings, and then even more findings for the conditional use permit. So weighing the facts and department and agency input, the proposed use is again supported by the comprehensive plan. It is near major transportation corridors, and it meets the goals and strategies for economic development. The use is making efficient use of vacant parcels, and it will not adversely impact the intended character and appearance of the general vicinity through design, construction, operation, and maintenance, and will not be detrimental to the economic welfare of the community. It will be adding dwelling units to an area adequately served by transportation, jobs, and educational opportunities. The proposed development will not involve activities or processes, materials, equipment, or conditions of operation that will be detrimental to any persons, property, or general welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, smoke, fume, glares, or odors, because it has access to adequate utility and emergency services. It must follow all city codes and standards at the time of development, including building permits, design review, signage, landscaping, all of those. Here are the recommended conditions of approval and any others that the commission wishes to add. Here are your potential motions, and I will stand for any questions.
Questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I want to make sure I follow this parking. So how many parking stalls are required from just the duplexes? 52?
That's what my math says.
And it wasn't clear to me is guest parking required for duplexes or just multifamily, like apartments?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Morgan, so parking, well, maybe Kirsty has something to say.
Way to hesitate, that
I
was
don't want to take
good.
the spotlight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Morgan. The parking chapter outlines a two-family development has to have the 2.5 parking spaces. So anything that includes more than one or two duplexes is considered a development. So it would have to provide the 2.5 for the duplexes.
0.25 per unit. So we're at 52 plus 7, so that's 59.
They're providing 64.
60, okay. And they're, I guess what I was driving at is they're not counting parking in front of the single-family residences to meet the requirements for the duplexes.
Commissioner Morgan, not to my knowledge, they're not. They're using, the single-family homes have their own parking,
Okay.
garages, all of that, and then everything else is separated with the duplexes.
That's what I thought, the math wasn't
Okay.
not my strong suit.
Mr.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, one quick question, if you know, and maybe the applicant would know this, but how much space after the roadway, I mean, how much without the 20-foot setback? You know?
Daniel's going to tell us how
Pass
wide
it
the
off
road
to
is, 'cause that
Daniel.
was my question.
Anything that has to do with wheels?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kirkman, the way the preliminary plat shows it, they would have, and one of the conditions that we placed on there, that there would be a valley gutter or ribbon curb delineating the public roadway from the parking area. They would be proposing a zero setback there, and so there would not be, between the public roadway and the parking area, there would not necessarily be any area. They are proposing to put the public sidewalk in front of those parking areas so that you don't have people walking behind them when they're trying to pull out. With that being the case, it would be similar to some of the angled parking we have downtown, other than this would be perpendicular. And so that's the way that they've shown it on their preliminary plat. In their rebuttal, if they have something different, they
So,
can.
If they were backing out, they'd back in, they'd back up, they'd back out right into the public roadway then?
Just like any single-family residential would do, it would just be their parking location would be there, right next to the roadway rather than separated by a sidewalk. But it would be no different than me pulling out of my driveway at my house.
so if I had a vehicle that was bigger than 20 feet, would I be ticketed for parking there?
If you were overhanging into the roadway, that would be an issue.
but I can't back in because then my hitch hangs over the sidewalk, so I'd get a ticket for that.
So the size of vehicle may play into who should buy these properties if approved.
That's what I was gonna say.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions?
Usually, I kind of glance over it because it's always kind of pretty apparent on the fire turnarounds and what the fire department asked for. Daniel?
Sorry, got to get back to, okay. So you would have your access on south side, and then there is a stub street that was installed with the Eagle Claw subdivision, Taylor Street, that they would connect onto, and so there would be no need for a turnaround there. The fire and the public would have access in and through multiple public streets.
So this will connect to the existing,
That is the
roadways.
proposal and what staff has, that is the purpose of that street being there. And so staff has made that recommendation that connection is required.
okay, thank you.
Else? Good right now? Okay, I think that's it. Madam Clerk, do we have a sign-up sheet? Okay,
Thank you. Calling Lenita Canavese.
Good evening. My name is Lenita Canavese, and I live at 2810 Taylor Court. And that piece of property, my backyard would face the single-family home area. And my concern is, number one, that our neighborhood, which is just really 3 streets, it's Georgia, Taylor, and then Taylor Court, which I live on. They have no sidewalks. So the children, because it's such a quiet area, the children play in the streets. Because there's no sidewalks to walk on, so they're riding their bikes on the streets. And they're planning on, if I have this right, sorry, I knocked over your gavel.
you're good.
They're planning on busting out Taylor Street to go into their area, correct? And so, to give you an example, we had one high-speed chase that came through our neighborhood because the weird driver didn't realize he was going to come into a non-access. The police had to chase him. In my piece of property in the front, I have 3 boulders, or several boulders that are right next to the property. And the guy knocked one boulder over and smashed up his car and kept on going. Anyway, the police finally came back and wanted to make sure we were all okay. Well, these kind of things scare me because this can happen because now we're going to have access. Well, the other night, I don't know what happened, but Saturday night, somebody came through in the middle of the night, knocked one of those boulders, and I'm kidding, these are big, I couldn't even move it, 5 feet into my front yard. And my neighbor had to push it back for me. So these are the things that worry me about opening that up. And the speed. Also what worries me is my property that faces that area, it's all, it's all country back there right now. And on the other side of that skinny place, they're going to put all these houses. On the other side of that is a cow ranch. So I just have a little horse fence, you know, that you can see through. So my request is that there be a wall, so no one can see into my property. And that would be my number one request, because that would be frightening to me, to have all those people and all those duplexes and everything being able to have access to my property. So,
Okay, thank you.
those are my concerns.
Okay, we'll ask the questions for you.
And I'm concerned about the traffic coming through there. Tonight, trying to get through onto South Side just from Georgia took me a while, because South Side is really busy now, because we have the other apartments now. And this is just South Side's just a little street, you know, it's becoming a highway. So that's something the city needs to think about.
Thank you, that's your time. Okay, next.
Andre Solove.
Good evening. My name is Andre Solovi. I live at 1119 South Taylor Street. The concerns I have is, it's nice that, you know, my kid wants the basketball court, but he's 12, and he doesn't realize the danger of all the traffic, like been mentioned before. There's no sidewalks. All of our kids just get outside, ride their bikes, play ball, play basketball right now outside on the streets. So if that street is gonna be through street, I mean, we're gonna get a lot more traffic. The home I live in has been in our family since 2007. It's been quiet neighborhood, no extra traffic coming in, coming out. And, you know, just now realizing that we cannot let our kids go in the front yard, you know, pretty much just, hey, make sure you play in the backyard. We take our kid to private school every morning, and leaving from Georgia Street to South Side, sometimes can be 3-5 minutes wait. There's a lot of school buses stop right in front of the new townhomes or apartments, whatever there is, and sometimes it's impossible leaving. So with that adding an extra street, it's just gonna create even more traffic. It's gonna be disaster, because some of those people are gonna, you know, try to exit the other way, whichever they go. So that's our concerns is safety, traffic. Like mentioned before, South Side has been nothing but like a highway lately. You know, I know sooner or later it's gonna have to be built, no matter what, but if it gets continued with like sizes we have, you know, close to half-an-acre lots on there, I'm sure, you know, everybody's gonna be fine with that. But on a 4-acre lot, I mean, if you're just gonna bring more people that already live in a whole subdivision, it's just gonna be a disaster. That's.
Thank you, appreciate it.
No one further has submitted public testimony for this topic.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to speak for, against, or undecided on this item? Okay, Mr. Washburn, would you like to come back up? Answer some questions for us?
Mr. Chairman and commission members. Firstly, we want to address, I believe it was Anita. We're willing to put in a 6-foot fence. You know, I think we had plans for that fence along there in our preliminary plat. And she currently, as it sits, will be abutting the open space park. And there will be lots of trees growing into mature trees eventually, so we don't foresee an issue of privacy there in the long run. And for Andre, it says he didn't want a neighbor directly next to him, so we put an open space as a buffer behind his lot as well. And that, yes, that is all I have.
We have questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the fence, what type of fence? You just said a fence. I was
Yeah.
just wondering if you could clarify what type.
Yeah, it will be a vinyl fence.
Okay, so a vinyl privacy fence, not a chain link.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Anybody else? Okay, I think that's all we have for you. Thank
you.
you. Motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Been moved by Commissioner Kirkman, seconded by Kehoe to close the public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, public testimony portion is closed. What are our thoughts?
My thought is if this passes, I hope they give that abandoned house to the fire department and let the fire department burn it down for training.
Yeah, no kidding.
Such an eyesore there.
Oh.
I think this is it's a very unique piece of land there.
Yeah, extremely.
Challenging to do something with, but I like the design and I like the accommodations that the applicant has made to some of the concerns that were brought forward. I know it didn't alleviate all of them, but I think they've mitigated most of them with the open space and putting the multifamily, the duplexes down at the other end where there's no homes. And anyway, so I think it's a great infill project for this particular. I'm not particularly happy right there at Southside because that goes right around the corner there, and it's almost a blind corner when you have some of that traffic coming out of the apartments and some other developments there, but we just have to drive more carefully, I guess.
Mr. Chair, I got a couple of thoughts. I'm not sure which way I want to go on this, but 4-foot backyards is nothing. And I mean, granted, there's some open space play areas for the kids, but moms can't be down there constantly with the kids. They've still got to do laundry and dishes and cook meals, and if the kids don't have a place to play out back, I mean, 4 foot, I'm 6'3", and I couldn't even lay down in the stupid thing. So I'm really struggling with that 4 foot because that just, there's nothing back there. Typically, the townhouses duplexes, they don't have much of a backyard anyway, but 4 foot is nothing. And then I start to have concerns with that property to the south when somebody goes to develop that and they've got a 4 foot.
To a two-story building.
Yeah, it's gonna, I know this is a very difficult lot to try to do something with because it is so long and skinny. And I'm like, Jeff, I'd love to see that old thing burned down or tore down or something, because I get to drive by it at least twice a day like you do. So it would be nice to see it gone, but I think that, man, that 4 foot, and it's gonna make that property to the south difficult to do something with down the road. So that kind of bothers me with what could happen there. And I think it's saying 4 foot, and then you got a 2-story building, and
Well, I think my thought with that is, yes, the 4 foot, but then you got no front yard either.
yeah, neither, yeah. So you have no place for,
A sidewalk in front of the place and then a 4 foot.
yeah.
Well, it's just like, if you're the kind of person who has a vehicle longer than 20 foot, maybe you won't live here. And if you're the kind of
Yeah.
person that wants a front and backyard, you won't live here either.
I guess there's some of that too. It is just a 2-bedroom, not multiple bedrooms, so.
That's my thoughts for now.
Chairman,
Daniel, go ahead, sorry.
sorry. I agree with both other commissioners that the lot is extremely unusual. Bowling alley is about the only thing that would fit in here. But don't have too many outdoor bowling alleys. And the parking situation doesn't leave a lot to be desired either. And the answer, I guess, is just, if you don't like it, when you look at it, don't rent or buy there, and you'll be all right. So, tough choice to make, but I would say I would be in favor of it. But it looks like we have a comment,
I have a question.
question.
So in a situation like this, where we are potentially tying into an older subdivision with no sidewalks, is there something that the developer could do, that the city could do as like a traffic calming?
There is certainly, that could be a condition that was placed on it, that they install traffic calming along Taylor and Georgia, if that's a concern. That would likely look like speed humps along that. Typically, when we look at these types of things, my recommendation would be that we collect speed data on Georgia and probably not Taylor just because of its length, but on Georgia prior to the development going in, and the condition be placed that those evaluations are done, and then say at the point where 50% of the homes in that development are occupied, we go back and redo that evaluation, and that the developer has designed and bonded for those traffic calming improvements in the other subdivision, but we only do them if those speeds have now warranted it more than they did previously. If the residents of the existing subdivision are going 25 miles an hour, is their typical speed, the development goes in, that continues to be the same situation. The volumes we would be talking about increasing there would not warrant that unless the speeds significantly increased.
Speeds increase to 45, then it's a different conversation.
Yeah, I mean, even if they increase to 30 at that point, then yes, it's had an impact. If those speeds stay the same as they were pre-development, at that point, it probably doesn't warrant putting in those. But that's kind of the evaluation. If that's something you're inclined to place as a condition, my recommendation would be that it's a condition that those speeds are evaluated prior to the development, and the developer is required to design and bond for those improvements to then be installed, say, after 50% occupancy, and a reevaluation to determine if it's appropriate.
Okay.
That's still not gonna account for the guy running from the cops and running into.
And those are outliers that, as much as I would love to be able to account for those, I don't have a way to do that. I had the street I grew up in, we had one of the very nice cross drains that would take out a transmission, and we had a guy running from the cops when I was a kid and took out his transmission and had to get out of the car to run from him continually.
How many transmissions did you lose?
Thank you, Daniel, appreciate it. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead.
I like the idea of getting in some housing diversity and continuing to do that in this area. We need to continue to have that supply in order to keep prices where we want them. And I think this is as good of a design as you can do on this type of a lot. I, however, am concerned with the 4-foot setback and having if it was a 1-story building, maybe I don't think it would bother me as much, but having 5-foot tall structure 4 feet away, if I were to make a motion, I would approve all of it except for that exemption.
What would you do, though? What's the applicant to do?
Buildings shorter?
Well, Mr. Chair, in response to Commissioner Morgan's comment, I agree. I had a next-door neighbor who had, it was probably a 6-foot backyard, and when she was building her house, we thought she was nuts to put in, but she only needed 3 strips of grass, too, sod, when she put that in there. But it was small. We couldn't believe it was right up next to in a normal subdivision. I don't know that we can make a decision, or at least for me anyways, my opinion, can make a decision based on what might be south of this. we'd have to address that when that, or if that would ever come up. And then at that point, we could certainly look at making conditions like this row up against her has to be 1 story, you know, or something like that. We've done that in other public hearings also. I just don't know, I think we just have to address what is presented to us here rather than assuming down the road what might be, because it may not be either. So,
Owned for duplexes, if that helps.
1-story duplexes.
2-story.
I guess my thought is we're minimizing impact on a neighbor.
So Rodney, does that create a future problem with a 4-foot setback and then the neighbor asks for a rear setback of 5 feet, then we have 9 feet between buildings?
I'm kind of looking at the attorney here because we have to evaluate each project on its own
its own
merits,
merit, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So I'm heading down the right direction, I hope, there.
Yeah, Commissioner, for the record, Preston Rutter, yes, what Rodney's proposing, we got to take each of these case by case. Though that's relevant for a future one, it's not before you tonight.
Thank you for the clarification, appreciate it.
I think, Mr. Chair, one of my other concerns is that connection through the existing neighborhood and home values and how that impacts them. As far as it's a dead-end street. It's not a through street. And how people buy, what they look for, low traffic, et cetera, that's wiped out now. I'm all for property rights and people be able to do, but now, when does that cross the line? When does that start impacting somebody else's also?
So what are your thoughts then on traffic calming? Does that help ease your mind a little, or no?
Not really. No, not really. If it were already a through street, if there was already traffic that could run in multiple directions, then yeah, maybe traffic calming, just because you're gonna add more traffic that would be accessing that street. But as it is right now.
And I guess my only thought on that is we've got plenty of subdivisions around the valley, not just Nampa, but around the valley that are very similar to this older subdivision, have those stub streets. And the reason that they're stub streets is so they can connect. So, you know, if they were trying to purchase a piece of property, take a house out so they could connect through that lot, that's a little different conversation, but it's just connecting a stub street that was intended for connection in the first place. So that's my thought. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but
No,
look at what
that
the
is
original
the
thought
intent,
was.
yeah. That's the intent, otherwise it wouldn't be developed that way.
They would have put a lot there, made a lot bigger. It would have, I mean, there would have been a lot of things different, but that's the whole intent, is for future growth and connections, so.
Yeah, cul-de-sac there at the end of,
Yeah.
Taylor Court 1 and Taylor Court 2.
Back to my setback thing. Hypothetically, if we had both projects before us today, it would make sense to allow the exception on this lot. Hardship, you know.
Yep.
as well, and not be quite as lenient on.
And I think that's where my thought is too. It's, the constraints on this piece of property are pretty big, and I think they've done a pretty good job designing what they have. And also speaking with the neighbors and trying to accommodate as much as they possibly can and still make some money in doing it. I mean,
And if I were to, I probably wouldn't make them go all the way back to 15 either, maybe. Or is tight.
it is, but, I mean, you know, like has been stated, maybe people will look at it, say,
Yeah.
all I want to put back there is my barbecue anyway, so what difference does it make?
No room for a barbecue on 4 feet.
Well, I don't know. Depends how big your barbecue is. If you only got 2 people living in the house, all you need is a little round guy. Anyway.
Well, Mr. Chair, if there's no further comment or discussion? Go for it. All right, then I will make a motion that we recommend approval of the project as stated on the screen with the recommended conditions.
Been moved by Kirkman, seconded by Kehoe to recommend approval for this item. Madam Clerk, can I get a roll call?
Mr. Chair, before that, I just want to make it clear in that motion that that does not include any traffic mitigation, no speed humps or bumps or anything like that.
Okay.
That wasn't included.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Garner, absent. Miller,
Aye.
Daffer, absent. Turner,
Nay.
Kehoe,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Kirkman,
Aye.
Feen,
Nay.
Copeland, absent. Four ayes, one nay. Four ayes, two nays.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just a quick question. Wasn't there a conditional use permit in there that was approved? Does that have to be, do you have to read that? I mean, does that go along with the conditional use permit process?
Chairman, I'll speak to this. This one actually is an interesting application. It has a lot of moving parts to it. Because you're lumped in there with a CUP, a preliminary plat, a plan unit development, a CUP and a plan unit development are usually approved by you. However, because this is lumped in with an annexation request, it actually all becomes one bundled package that you recommend up to city council. And at that time, they'll need to make an initial finding on the annexation piece, which you've talked on tonight. And then if they get through that hurdle, then they'll have to see if it meets the criteria of a CUP and a plan unit development. So kind of from an academic standpoint, there's a lot of parts here, but that's why it moves up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it. Okay, we will go ahead and move on to the next item, 3-2, annexation and zoning to an IL zoning district on two parcels addressed as 22 Happy Valley Road and 0 Happy Valley Road for Scott Marshall of Straight Line Architects representing Caching Holdings LLC. Is the applicant here?
Dennis Durant, 1465 East Bird Dog Drive, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. I will be representing the applicant today. I'd like to begin by just giving you a brief understanding of what the applicant actually does. So in this room, there are 3 doors that are visible, one to the left, one to the right, and actually 2 doors, a double door to the rear. So those doors are the product that Western Specialty supplies, and they do slight modifications to those products as they come in from their suppliers. So they'll bring in a blank door, and they'll bring in frames. And if we were using the door to the back as an example, you'll notice that there's a glass transom above the door. That requires a little bit of modification to the frame. The glass is going to be custom. And so they'll put in the horizontal sill for that glass. And that will be their modification that they're making to the frame. So what they're doing is they're bringing in product that is mostly pre-assembled, but then they're going to do some finishing work inside of their finished building. So if you were to take the door to the left over here, it's actually a wood door. That door has a steel frame and it has a small window unit in it. And so they would take a blank door. The door's already probably cut for hinges and the lock set, but they need to cut in the window frame opening. And so that's what they'll do, is they'll cut that in their little wood shop, and then that door would then be delivered to their end-use customer. I've known Western Specialties for approximately 20 years. They're currently located in Garden City, Idaho. They started with a very small operation, about 4 people total. Currently, They have between 8 and 10 employees, and their hours of operation are Monday through Friday, about 7:30 to 5 p.m. Granted, there are emergency situations where a customer may need something, maybe on a Saturday or something where they need a lock set or something, and they'll supply those products for them on an emergency basis, but they're not operating their fab location or doing anything like that. All of the operations that they perform are contained within the building unit. They do not perform any operations outside. They don't store things outside. Everything is confined inside. This building is designed for growth. They currently have about 10,000 square feet that they're utilizing in one location, and then they have several remote storage locations because their current facility is not large enough to stock all the inventory that they do. So this building is large enough for growth ×2, and what they anticipate is as they grow, and if they were to fully utilize the building, they would probably have a total of 14 employees. Currently, they receive about 1 truck per day as far as incoming freight, as far as a semi-truck coming in. They might have a delivery from an incidental carrier like Amazon or something like that to drop something off. And they do have a little bit of will call traffic. And when we say a little bit, it could range from 2 to 3 people, customers stopping to get something in a day, or it could be 5 or 6. This is not a Home Depot operation. This is a specialty business that caters to specifically doors and frames. The building has been designed, and the lot, I'd just like to speak a little bit to the actual application. So we are requesting that we do an annexation on this piece of property from the county into the city, and then a rezone from the current zoning, which is rural residential, to an IL zone. The IL zone is compatible with what our use is. Currently, the surrounding properties are to the south is a city-owned property, which is IL zone. Properties to the west include the airport. And then to the north is residential, and to the east is residential. Through our planning and discussions with the city, we had an opportunity to meet with city staff, and in that meeting, we discussed with all the local jurisdictions some of the thought and the requirements that would be placed upon the property in order to develop it in this way. The Highway District made a proposal that since there are 2 lots, the existing residential house, which is on the northwest corner, and then the larger lot, that there be 1 combined access point to service both lots. And our plan shows that combined access point, and so the house would enter with the main entrance, and then they would turn to the north to enter the residence. In this application, the residence is designed to stay in place as a non-conforming use. It would be rezoned to an IL zone, but the owners prefer to stay and live in this location. And as long as they're inhabiting the house, which is to their discretion, would be, it would remain as a residential living area. As you enter the facility, you'll notice that the building is placed, the large building to the eastern end of the property is placed, that we have a fire lane around the whole building, and then landscaping buffering to the north and to the east. We have approximately 55 feet from the building to the property line to the north, and about 50, 60 feet to the east when it's all said and done. We place the truck ramp on the building to be located away from any residential areas. It actually is situated to the south property, which is the IL-zoned city piece. All of the unloading of trucks will be done at the loading dock, and the loading dock is enclosed, and all of the traffic is contained within the building. Additionally, there is a building which we call Building Number 2, which is located on the western side of the property. This is a flex space building and is designed to have contractors of similar nature to inhabit the space. And I think that ends my 7 minutes, I think. So if there's any questions I can answer, I'll sit down.
I have a question, Chairman.
Yep.
Looking at your site plan here, are those trucks, depictions of trucks making turns? What's on those roadways?
Yes, so what we're depicting is how a truck would actually circulate or could circulate in the lot. And we're depicting that so that we can have the proper radius, so that as a truck is making a corner, they're not driving over a landscaping buffer, hitting the corner of a building, hitting a car. So it's just for space constraints for our planning purpose.
Doesn't look like they're running over things.
It appears that they might be, but as this is designed, they will not be. So,
Okay.
yeah, that's what it's all about, is designed so that we're not running over things.
They don't all have to be 54-foot trucks either.
What's that?
They don't all have to be 54-foot trucks either. 50, 64.
Could be.
Could be.
It could be various sizes.
Could be, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
What's the height of your warehouse and of your flex buildings?
32 feet is the finished height of the warehouse. And then on the flex space building, less than 20.
Do you have any landscape plans for like the north and east sides of the property?
So the landscaping we're very open to what we can do on the property for landscaping. We have a landscaping buffer reserved. We're planning on fencing, which would be compatible with a residential nature. We don't know if it would be best for wood or for vinyl or what that would be best served. One of the restrictions that we have on the lot is a landscaping requirement from the airport, that the landscaping is not to allow wildlife or especially birds, I think, is what the overall concept is. So,
Get those trees that birds don't like.
yeah, yeah, right. Yeah.
It does make it tough.
Yeah, so we're willing to do whatever is best in that regard, but there's some restrictions with what the airport would prefer or want to have there.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this rendering just shows two loading docks. Is there only going to be one?
The loading dock is actually to the right side of the upper building. You can see the curb.
Yeah.
Those are overhead doors and are not loading docks.
Okay, I see.
Okay, we'll call you back up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Friend.
Good evening, Commissioners and Chairman. My name is Terry Friend, Associate Planner for the City of Nampa. The request before you tonight is annexation and zoning to IL, or Light Industrial, for 2 parcels along North Happy Valley Road, which is in the airport overlay zone. The application covers 2 parcels. Those total 5 acres. The comprehensive plan designation in this area is low-density residential within the airport overlay area. The applicant is requesting a stretch of the industrial land use designation from the city airport area from the west of Happy Valley Road. The two properties are adjacent to parcels that are within the city of Nampa, but they are currently under Canyon County jurisdiction. They are within an area of rural residential under county's zoning definitions and their map. The surrounding properties have varying zoning. To the north and to the east are under Canyon County jurisdiction in an area of rural residential. But to the west and to the south, those are areas that are owned by the city of Nampa, and they are zoned IL, light industrial. The applicant is requesting annexation and zoning to that light industrial designation to match the south and the west. This is the proposed site plan for the project. It really contains three components. The first would be that existing residential property to the northwest. There is a house and there is a shop structure that are intended to remain. And then to the east is the 30,000 square foot building for Western Specialties. And as he discussed, that's going to have office, shop, and warehouse space. And then to the southwest, that portion of the property is intended to have a 10,000 square foot multi-tenant flex building. Right now, as it's drawn, they're proposing 4 tenant spaces. Here are the conceptual drawings for the 2 new industrial buildings. The Western Specialties building is intended to be about 30,000 square feet. At the front, it's planned to be 32 feet high. It does slope towards the back, so the back was like 28. And then the multi-tenant building is going to be single story, about 16 feet high. So for our applicable regulations today, we're really just talking about annexation and zoning. So that's what the code we're looking at. Idaho State Code does expressly provide for cities to be able to annex lands, which are reasonably necessary to assure orderly development, which allow efficient and economical and viable provision of municipal services, that enable the orderly development of private lands, which would benefit from those cost-effective municipal services, and to equitably allocate the cost of public services in management of development on the urban fringe. The annexation must satisfy 4 requirements, which are detailed in Idaho Code, Section 50-22, and then they must also pass a test of reasonableness. To accept the annexation application, it's got to meet those 4 criteria as listed at the top of the slide, and this application has been evaluated and confirmed to meet each of those criteria. For zoning, City Code 1023.c details 3 criteria for approval of the requested zoning. These are shown on the bottom of the slide and will be addressed a little later in the presentation here. As you know, we do send every application out to be evaluated by various departments and connected agencies in our area. So here we have some comments that have come through from the engineering department. They do not oppose the application. They've provided the comments about the availability of domestic water, sewer, and pressurized irrigation in the vicinity of the project. They've also specified some access and layout requirements. They indicated that access to the property is provided by North Happy Valley Road. That's classified as a minor arterial and it has a speed limit of 40 miles an hour. The applicant will be required to dedicate 50 feet of right-of-way along North Happy Valley with the annexation, and they will be responsible for frontage improvements at the time of the property development. The 2 properties will be required to share 1 access point, which they've designed for you in that site layout. The existing access points will be required to be permanently closed. A traffic impact study may be required at the time of development if the project meets the threshold that's identified by engineering policy. And just two general comments about needing to employ a surveyor to provide legal descriptions for the various components of this application, and that any online wells or septic shall be abandoned at the time of development. Nampa Airport did also provide comments. They indicated that the proposed light industrial use would be compatible land use for near the airport. The developer will be required to submit an application 7460, which is a notice of proposed construction with the FAA prior to building permits, so that the FAA has a chance to evaluate any conflicts. The developer should use landscaping that does not attract wildlife, such as birds. And then any proposed buildings should have finishes that are not reflective. And the last thing is that all the building and site lighting should be focused downward. Nampa Highway District did not oppose the application, subject to the MOU. And the Fire District provided comments indicating that the development is approximately 0.9 miles from Fire Station number 5, with an approximate response time of 1 minute. They did indicate that all of the development plans would be evaluated compared to applicable regulations at the time of the building permit, but specifically noted that based on the scope of the project, it will require a full life safety plan review. Couple of public comments received regarding this application. Maria, and I'm going to take a stab at it, Cifuentes of 28 North Happy Valley Road wrote in. She formally opposes the application and the proposed industrial development. Maria states that she chose her property for its rural character, which she believes would be compromised by the new development due to issues such as incompatibility with the surrounding area, increased noise, light pollution, loss of privacy, heightened traffic and safety concerns, and potential health impacts, and possible depreciation of property values. Drake Cifuentes, also of 28 North Happy Valley Road, wrote in. He formally opposes the application and the proposed industrial development. Sharing a fence with the adjacent parcel near the Nampa Municipal Airport, Drake expresses concerns about airport compatibility, highlighting the risks posed by potential air traffic conflict created by the development, such as obstruction of visual light issues and wildlife attraction, which could jeopardize pilot safety. He emphasizes the importance of protecting the airport's long-term viability from future complaints that could limit its operations, and supports concerns addressed by his mother, Maria Cifuentes, regarding incompatibility with the rural character of the area, noise, light pollution, and other negative impacts. And not included originally in your staff report, but emailed to you separately, was a comment from Mike Heidemann of 30 North Happy Valley Road. He opposes zoning for the industrial development. Having lived in the area for over 8 years, Heidemann and his wife appreciate the quiet, private atmosphere and scenic views of the Waihees during the day and stars at night, which influenced their decision to purchase their home. Although they anticipated future additional residences, Heidemann states that introduction of 2 large industrial buildings, one reaching 32 feet in height, would significantly disrupt their quality of life with increased noise, light pollution, and potential decreases in property value. Heidemann has gathered signatures from neighbors within a 300-foot radius with nearly unanimous opposition to the rezoning, emphasizing the inappropriate nature of industrial zoning amidst a residential community. He urges local authorities to deny the rezoning request for the parcel. And here you see the petition that went through. This slide shows the petition that he circulated. The map in the upper right corner, I've actually pinpointed the addresses that are shown on those to indicate the neighbors that we're talking about. All right, so proposed findings for annexation. The property is contiguous to city limits. The property is located in Nampa's planning area and has a future land use map designation of low-density residential. The application requests a stretch of the industrial airport overlay land use designation from the property to the west. And annexation of roadway will be subject to the revised MOU and other agreements between the city of Nampa and Nampa's highway district. The facts for the rezoning have mostly been gone over in the rest of my presentation. I highlighted a couple of important things. On this slide, we've already gone over them, but on this slide, I just wanted to point out some things because we didn't talk very specifically about the comprehensive plan. So the project proposes that the existing residential single-family dwelling units on the 1 acre parcel will remain with their residential use to continue. Now, based on our land use controls chart, a single-family dwelling is not an allowed use in an IL zone. So we are technically creating a non-conforming use for that property during the duration that it continues to be residential. The comprehensive plan does address public airport facilities, specifically in Chapter 14. The objective of the planned land uses need to be compatible with the airport. And the strategies to do that is to adhere to guidelines provided by the airport's master plan for land use compatibility, to zone for commercial and industrial uses in proximity of the airport, and to prohibit uses in the airport area such that would attract birds, create visual hazards, and emit transmissions which might interfere with aviation communications or otherwise obstruct or conflict with the airport operations. And according to the comments provided by the airport, they're satisfied that this application can meet all of those requirements based on the comprehensive plan and the airport's master plan. And again, 3 written public comments were received. The third written comment included a petition indicating opposition by 38 residents in the immediate area. And that below outlines the things that we've already covered for what their concerns were. And city codes are written to protect the public interest by providing guidance for development. Therefore, the project is presumed to be in the public interest because any further development or redevelopment of the property will be required to meet city standards for development and shall install appropriate site improvements upon development. This paragraph summarizes everything that we just went over and provides a potential conclusion for approving IL, light industrial zoning. This is listed in your staff report. And the proposed conditions of approval, also listed in your staff report, that detail the things that engineering was going to require, that the airport needed to address, and finally, any other additional conditions that you wish to apply. And there are your potential motions. What can I answer for you?
I don't have any questions.
Mr. Chair? One of our findings says that this is in accordance with our comprehensive plan. Is IL approved zoning for low-density residential?
No. But our future land use map does allow for a land use designation to be stretched one parcel deep. So when we look at that future land use map, sorry, got a number of slides. You can see that to the west of the property is, to the west and to the south are industrially zoned, and it's industrial future land use map designation. So they would be allowed to stretch that land use designation over the two parcels because each one is adjacent to that industrial land use on the future land use map.
So it would be more accurate to say we're stretching land use from adjacent parcels rather than it's in accordance with the comp plan.
Rodney would like to speak to that.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think we need to remember the purpose behind a comprehensive plan, future land use map, and they never were intended to be exact, right? So those boundaries are kind of blurry for comprehensive plans. And in this situation, that's exactly what it is. It's kind of in that gray area where you can stretch it. We have it specifically stated on our comprehensive plan, future land use map, that you can stretch it. And so I would say that it is consistent with that statement on our comprehensive plan.
Just didn't want Preston to have something that's not accurate in the findings.
The current residential portion of this property, what would it take for them to just eliminate that and build another building?
Once it is zoned to IL, they would be allowed to repurpose either the buildings on that property for an industrial purpose if it met the building requirements, or they could raise those buildings and build others to meet the industrial requirements.
But they couldn't do any redevelopment and keep it residential.
Thank you. Very, very limited changes would be allowed to the property.
What about hooking up to city services?
They would be annexed into the city, so they would be able to hook up to city services.
That doesn't qualify as a redevelopment. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have a sign-up sheet? Here we do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Calling Mike Heidemann.
Good evening. My name's Mike Heidemann. My wife and I are the owners and residents of 30 North Happy Valley Road, which directly borders the parcel being discussed tonight, just to the north. I've worked from home as a construction estimator ever since we purchased the home over 8 years ago. We chose this location because it's outside of the city, it's not in a development, surrounding properties are spacious, they're residential, and they feel private. The view of the Owyhees during the day and the stars at night due to minimal light pollution. We've always been aware that one day a house or two could be built on the neighboring parcel since it's zoned for residential. Had it been zoned for commercial or industrial, we never would have purchased it. Not just because it's extremely close to the house, but also the additional noise, traffic, and light pollution. All the windows in our living room, dining room, and kitchen face this neighboring parcel, as does our backyard, deck, outdoor seating, and dining. We spend most evenings in our backyard, enjoying the sunset and many times the stars afterwards. On weekends, we enjoy our morning coffee outside before starting the day. Now we're faced with the possibility of 2 industrial zone buildings being built right outside our back door in an area surrounded by homes on 3 sides. The largest and closest building is proposed to stick more than 32 feet in the sky above finished grade. Even with a 6 or 8 foot fence, it would still be visible from both outside and inside our home. We're looking at increased noise from vehicle traffic, trucks navigating through a parking lot and idling, backup beepers, forklifts loading and unloading material, as well as the sound of saws and drills while they do their modifications. We're also looking at a considerable increase in light pollution at night, from parking lot lights to building-mounted lighting on every side of the buildings. Lastly, the decreased home values that are sure to follow. Even if the potential new owners say the noise and traffic will be minimal, that's subjective, and it can always change once they're there. If they decide to sell or lease more of the property in the future, what type of industrial businesses, noise, traffic, and light pollution will that bring to all the surrounding homes? I brought with me a copy of the petition containing signatures from all the neighbors within 300 feet who are opposed to the rezoning and the proposed use of this property. I focused on those homes first, since that's all the city was required to notify. I also collected signatures from neighbors next to them, including those within line of sight. Every neighbor I talked with, except for one, signed in opposition. The only neighbor I didn't talk with is the one trying to sell the residential property as potential commercial or industrial use because it's worth more money. The property listing is shown pending since at least the beginning of this year. It's a safe guess that that's contingent on the rezoning of proposed use being approved. The current view, it's up on your screen right now, is zoomed in. It doesn't show how close all the surrounding homes are. I ask you to consider these issues and ask yourselves, is this an appropriate location for industrial zoning when all the neighbors who live around it are opposed to it? Thank you.
Steve Greathouse.
I wanted to go back to that screen we just had. Have you got control or not? All right, that works. At the laser pointer. Doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
All right. The only meeting that was held to discuss this.
Name and address for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. Steve Greathouse, address is 13 North Campbell Lane, Nampa. It's literally the right side, that they've cut it right along my property line, and it's the right side of that image. We were out of town when they held the meeting on June 27th. So when the first time I was ever really able to see what the plan was when these prints were loaded up to the website and submitted to the planning and zoning. It was only then that I found out that the size and nature of this monstrosity of 32 feet high, 30,000 square foot, literally becomes my west side of my property. I can't see over it, I can't see around it. Everything is a big blank wall. There's not even windows in it. It's totally shielding me from anything. I've never even imagined that something like that could happen. We have a bounce house that we use often with kids that are grandkids and stuff that come in. That will be in their shadow. When the sun goes down, that building will shade that. It'll shade our house. Semi-trucks, as you can see, are between my kitchen window and the building. I've only got 16 feet from my house to the middle of that property line. And they are putting 40 feet of asphalt to get the semis to be able to go through there. Do you like to have semis driving in your backyard? Literally within a rock's throw. Everything, trying to sleep, our bedroom windows are just straight to the right of where that bottom semi is. I mean, it's intolerable that we have to live and think of that in our future. If this is the final designation of what they're going to do, they're going to have some lawsuits. I will not put up with that kind of thing. This is just ridiculous that you would force this just because somebody feels that they want to have this property, which isn't compatible with the whole rest of the neighborhood. You know, when you rezone something that's already residential and the people around it have incorporated that as a residential plan in their thoughts, and you then change that, the person now assuming the ownership has to work with the existing people to be able to be integrated into them. We have to integrate this into us. It won't. This design, this plan does not integrate into the whole rest of the plans from Happy Valley Road clear over to Robinson.
Mr.
From
Chair,
Victory,
time.
no.
Thank you.
I could go on and on and on, but literally, we have nothing in our backyard except a monstrous building. Unacceptable.
Thank you.
Virginia Greathouse.
Virginia Greathouse, 13 North Campbell Lane, Nampa, Idaho, 83687. Thank you for this chance to offer our opinion on this building. I thought the name of the company was Big D Builders. That's not the case, apparently. That was on some of the paperwork, but nonetheless, I'd like to take you all with me for a minute and imagine your backyard of your house. Now, I know they're probably all very different, but visualize those backyards and what you do in those backyards. You relax, you play, you entertain, you have children and grandchildren that come and they play in the yard. Now think of those fun and entertaining moments and the memories that you're building and the ones that you have planned coming up. Think of them with a huge industrial building in your backyard, because literally, as my husband said, that's what it would be, right in our backyard. And we'll have the increased noise of loading docks, backup alarms, semi-trucks with their loud rumbling engines driving around the building, emitting diesel exhaust and fumes into the air that you and your guests and your children, grandchildren are breathing in, reducing your outdoor enjoyment, all the while you're trying to relax and have some happy memories and be with loved ones. Along with all that noise is the noise that will come from the industrial machinery itself, invading your family time. And even before any of that gets rolling, there's the noise of the construction of such a huge building and property. Morning shifts will start, I heard, 7:30. Some of us are not morning people. That's why we like to be out by ourselves. And with residential people, usually that area is pretty quiet and early birds can get up early, late birds can sleep in late. But if I'm getting up to all those machines, whirring and buzzing and hammering, nobody's going to sleep through that. Also, we mentioned the dust and concerns for health and safety, the light pollution, the ground vibrations from the semi-trucks, potential contamination risks and odors from the occupants' garbage, which is directly across from our patio, like 30 feet maybe. So don't forget, and I don't want to forget the negativity of having a huge building and the effect that it will have on our property value. Please, I ask you to say no to this annexation. Leave it residential. We're ready for houses to move in behind us, but not a big, huge building. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ian Twitchell.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ian Twitchell, 4906 East Victory Road here in Nampa. I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to speak on this matter tonight. My wife and I bought our home here 10 years ago because it offered the best of Nampa. It still felt like the quiet, open, old Nampa that we love and grew up in while keeping us close to services. We'd planned for this to be our forever home. We have wonderful neighbors, many of whom are here tonight to oppose this annexation. Over the last decade, rapid expansion has chipped away at our community. Coming home to the valley doesn't feel quite the same as it used to. I'm sure a lot of you have felt that same way. When the residential and farming properties that built this community are constantly targeted for industrial growth. I stand before you tonight to respectfully ask that you recommend denial of this proposed annexation and industrial rezoning. While there are light commercial uses near the airport across the street, this proposal introduces critical conflicts. The field directly adjacent to the property is flagged against future development because it falls within the designated airport approach zone. Because no future industrial expansion can ever happen on that adjoining land, forcing a single industrial complex on this lot creates an isolated, incompatible footprint. If development's inevitable here, keeping it residential creates a logical, safe transition zone between the airport restrictions and our homes. Our household relies on a shared domestic well located on my neighbor's property, Mr. Greathouse, which directly adjoins the subject site. The wellhead is less than 10 feet from the direct property line. We also have a very shallow well at 35 feet. The applicant's proposal mentions the future possibilities of connecting to city sewer, but currently plans to install a commercial septic system. Once installed, if there's no enforcement mechanism to force a future connection, the issue becomes what contamination issues possibly lie in that. Has there been any geological studies mapping the rock layers and fracture angles to determine how the effluent's going to migrate towards our properties? Annexing industrial uses without requiring immediate connection to the city proposes that risk. The applicant claims the traffic will be minimal, citing just 1 or 2 trucks and up to 14 employees, but that estimate only accounts for the warehouse, completely ignoring the compounded traffic generated by the multi-tenant building. Happy Valley is already past its limit. Anybody who has driven that in the peak times knows that it is extremely busy. We've seen multiple accidents less than a mile away at Airport and Happy Valley, as well as the street lights at the roundabout being knocked over multiple times due to this traffic overload. Pushing freight, delivery vehicles, shift change traffic to 2 commercial structures creates an additional hazard. Nampa's primary light industrial hubs are established directly across the freeway over by Amazon. That's where the industrial buildings are happening. That's where these types of things should be forced and not into our locations, putting that unwarranted industrial parks where they don't belong, where they don't fit with it being residential. Placing that 30,000 square foot warehouse in flex space, loading docks, vehicle idling, night security lights directly up against established homes creates an immediate diminution of value for those surrounding residential properties, as has been discussed. Existing homeowners should not be forced to absorb that real estate devaluation to subsidize spot rezoning that belongs in an industrial park. Growth in Nampa should be orderly and respecting existing homeowners. Please protect our water, our roads, our airspace, and our neighbors' stability by recommending denial of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clark Kreider.
Good evening, Clark Kreider, 34 North Happy Valley. I wasn't going to speak this evening till I saw this. This is the first time I've seen this. Here's the things I asked all of you to consider. 34 North, or Happy Valley Road, lines up with the airport and the glide path. Could you show me that picture, please? So you show a 54-foot truck up there, and it's a lot taller than a regular vehicle. The other day when I came home, the airplane was down low enough to where it could have struck a vehicle. The other thing I want you to consider is what is the manufacturer's noise limits going to be? Just as the neighbors mentioned earlier today. They're going to have vacuums. They're going to have all kinds of stuff that's outside the building, not depicted on that building. Okay? So they're going to have to listen to that every day. And also you're going to have the trash. Going to now be increased noise from that. So I would ask that that be considered as well for all those people that are living around that building. The next thing in there is the light pollution and then the track vehicles that come into this site right now is, they said Monday through Friday. I actually work with people that build this stuff. They're gonna be there on Saturday, they're gonna be there on Sunday. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you or I say, they're gonna show up at whatever hour they need to get the job done. So please consider that. But ask that the fire department come back out and look at that site and make sure that it's supported. There's nothing that depicts fire hydrants. And I would ask that the fire protection officer that's reviewed those plans, go back and look at that again, especially the radiuses around those vehicles. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Paul Flat.
My name is Paul Flat. I live at 12 North Queen Victoria Court, and that's located about 400 feet to the right of the property line of where that property is. I've been there 24 years and moved there because it was residential, light residential. And as somebody, I'm opposed to it. Many of the reasons people have already said. Among the things, this is isolated. The property to the south is going to be encroaching on the glide path of the airport. Last year, I had an airplane fly so low, I reported it. His end number was like in my face. He was that low. And I reported that, had a call back a few months later that he had problems. He made this bank turn, and it would have been like maybe 100 feet over this building. Probably not very good. I ask you to look at the bigger picture. Several years ago, high school was built to the south. Some sidewalks around the high school, great. Nothing extended north or south. Roundabout was built, really nice, wonderful. It took care of traffic a lot. Again, no pedestrian access at all. Pedestrians tend to walk through that area. Good luck. And every day I see pedestrians on the side of Happy Valley. Now, Happy Valley is going to grow. Understand that. It is a major north-south road. We already have congestion where it intersects with the interstate. There's a lot of, this is a much bigger picture. Looking at it, this one little thing, oh, it's only small little change, but it affects everything around it. I oppose it. Please don't do this. Thank you.
Mario De Leon.
Good evening, Mario De Leon, 985 West Corporate Lane. I'm here. We believe light industrial is a logical and compatible use for this property for several reasons. First, the property is contiguous with the city-owned property immediately to the south, making this a natural extension of existing city land and development patterns rather than isolated industrial use. Second, the property sits directly across Happy Valley Road from the municipal airport. Allowing appropriate light industrial development in this location can help protect the long-term viability of the airport by creating compatible uses around it, reducing potential for additional residential development immediately adjacent to the airport operations. Third, this area of Happy Valley Road is already changing. Between Victory Road and Stam Lane, multiple commercial and light industrial properties have been built or have been approved. This proposal is consistent with the direction this corridor is already moving in and would complement those existing uses. Light industrial also provides an opportunity for additional business investment, employment, and expansion of Nampa's tax base. For those reasons, I believe light industrial is an appropriate long-term use for this property and a good fit for the city of Nampa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jared Hobson.
Mr. Chair, City Council, my name is Jared Hobson, 10622 West Sandpiper, Boise, Idaho. I'm actually the owner of Western Specialties. And I've been looking forward to this project for many years, as well as my employees. We are a growing business. We're maxed out where we are currently in Garden City, as was mentioned earlier. And this is a project that we look forward to for many years. Hopefully you can see that, as been stated, it does not it matches adjacent properties, and it'll be a good improvement to that property currently. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And Chairman Miller, if I may, for the record, just out of a total abundance of caution, I do know Mr. Hobson. Technically, he is a relative of the 5th degree to me. If you want to know what that is, that would be my wife's cousin's husband. And Idaho law would not require this. There's no financial interest I have in it, but just an abundance of caution. Just note that for the record. And the legal advice I'll give here is as if it was another stranger here as an applicant, but just an abundance of caution. It's good to see you, Jared.
That's assuming we would have figured out what 5th degree is.
I'm still trying to Google it.
Thank you, Preston.
Thank you. I apologize if I get your name wrong. Juliano Seferl?
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Giuliano. I live over at 11 North Queen Victoria Court, a little bit closer than Paul, but I had written a whole list of things to talk about, but at the end of the day, every single one of my neighbors hit on each point. It is important to emphasize the amount of traffic that'll be increased on Happy Valley. I understand it's part of the master plan. It'd be one thing if that master plan was already in place to the point of traffic control, but it's not. We've got a roundabout down there that was done a few years ago. People have hit in that light. I have experience as an EMT. I did some medical training. I have assisted multiple people in accidents along that road, including a gentleman who got sideswiped on a motorcycle. As a rider myself, motorcycles are cautioned in that roundabout area just because of the severe amount of traffic and people generally not knowing how to use a roundabout. I'm pretty sure everybody here in this room knows that one. So traffic is a huge issue, but the other thing too is I am a consultant for a cleaning company here in the Valley. We service over 400 customers, small businesses, stuff like Western Specialties. You know, some of my customers today are Greylock, Gem State Doors, and Millwork. I understand the work that these gentlemen do. So when somebody tells me that they're going to be there from 7:30 to 5, I'm a cleaner. I know what time you're there. I know when we take your trash. I know when we clean your restrooms, and that's just a flat out lie. I've been there many times in the weekends and have people do double shifts and overnight shifts because they got big orders. This kind of building put into a place where there's adjacent to residential properties makes me wonder why I bought my house in the first place. You know, if that's the kind of zoning that'll be. I mean, I think everybody in this room who lives close by, if you told us that you're going to put 6 or 7 homes on that property, I'm pretty sure that other developer would have loved this place. I probably wouldn't be opposed to it. I'd probably be a little pissed off about 8, 9, 10 homes there, right? But this is a whole different monster. I service so many places that look like this, that have traffic levels are just insane. And at the end of the day, the numbers that are probably given, 14 employees, the gentleman from Western Specialties said himself, he's a growing company. They've already maxed out their space. What's to say as time goes on, they don't try to fill this space even a little bit further, push it a little further, store a little bit more. I can only imagine the kind of risk it'll put. The other thing too is I've got a wife, 4 kids, right? We sit in our backyard. I've got a giant covered patio that we look out of. My neighbors probably think I'm crazy because of the kind of patio that I put in, but we enjoy it. We look at the Warhawk shows that they put off in August, the Warhawk Roundup, if you all have seen it. We enjoy looking outside of our backyard. Putting something like this up blocks it. The sunset's blocked. And that's just the comfort side of things. I'd probably say those are insignificant to the safety side of things. Again, as somebody who's serviced over 400 people in the Valley, who appreciates the growth, who benefits from the growth, I don't think this is the right kind of building to put into place so close to residential places, residential homes that are counter to it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further names were submitted for public testimony.
Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak for, against, or undecided on this? Okay, we'll just take you one at a time. So go ahead and come on up and give us your name and address.
I'll just bring her with me.
Now you have to speak.
My name's Chris Avery, and I am the Great House woman, Virginia's sister. So I'm at 13 North Campbell. Her home and Steve's home has helped our family. It's a large home. They've lived there 13 years. They have helped our family many ways. Many people have come and stayed and enjoyed Christmases there, New Year's there. We go out on their deck, and you can see the valley on the 4th of July. One of our favorite things is watching the air show this weekend. I am greatly opposed to this, and my family that is out of town is like, you get in there and tell them. No, we're opposed to all of the reasons that they have given. And I appreciate, owner of Western Specialties, I love that he's local. There are many places in Nampa that are already industrial. No reason, leave it residential, and we can work with that. But this, with the airport right there, I oppose greatly. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience that'd like to speak this evening? Nope, gotta come up. Need your name and address for the record, please.
Ryder, 34 North Happy Valley Road. I submitted an opposed comment online, and I didn't see it. Does that actually make its way to you?
Why don't you just tell us what you...
It's pretty much what everyone else says. It will severely disrupt the nature of our neighborhood. We have livestock, and most of our neighbors do also. So that is a concern, the health and well-being of our livestock as well as our families. The emissions that are going to be in the air, the noise is very disruptive to all the livestock, actually. Horses, cows, chickens, they get very distressed by that type of thing. The gist of it is this does not fit in this neighborhood. It's a nice, quiet neighborhood. We don't need industrial here. It's zoned as residential. I would like to see it remain residential.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Okay, Mr. Durant, come back up, answer some questions. You have questions?
Comments you've heard, and then we can follow
Yeah,
up with them.
you have.
So regarding some of the comments, I'll address a couple of those specifically. Regarding the gentleman who referred to Western Specialties as maybe being dishonest in how they perform their business, I would suggest that he is completely incorrect. He may service 400 other businesses. I believe that he services Western Specialties, so he should not be speaking as if he does. The hours represented that Western Specialties works is the hours that they work. The vehicle trips that we discussed are accurate, and they are exactly what we do. The number of 14 employees would be with doubling the size of their current operation. Currently, they have 8 to 10 employees. I would also like to just share with the fact that the seller made a strategic decision in how they propose to market and sell this building. Their choice was to go the light industrial route because they were going to continue to live in this location. There were offers available and opportunities available for high-density housing, which is located just to the north of this property, across, about a half a mile away. And if this were to be annexed in and go to the high-density route, well, you would have buildings the same size as far as the height. Your vehicle trips would be triple or quadruple to what we're suggesting that they would be with this development. The noise pollution would be immense. The pollution that would come just from children and neighborhood traffic would be incredible. It was discussed that potentially that the waste from Western Specialties could be hazardous to the health of the neighborhood. Completely incorrect. I think that the concerns that have been addressed, while emotional, may not be completely factual. And I appreciate the emotion. Emotion is a really, really important thing. One of the guarantees that we have in the state of Idaho is the right to use our property. And as a property owner, I do not have to guarantee the visual sight line of my neighbor. I have a property that has a wall from my neighbor. The only way I could control that neighborhood property is if I chose to buy it. Then I could control that. The property owner has the right to use this property in the highest and best manner in which they see fit, so long as it's compatible with the comprehensive plan and the codes and ordinances that the city imposes. The property and the development that we're proposing is to annex the property, light industrial, which is contiguous across the street to the west and to the south. We're proposing that we put in a project that may appear large to a homeowner, but actually is quite small when you view it in a light industrial application. And to find a lot that you can put a smaller project on is very challenging in the whole Treasure Valley. Very, very challenging. And so we're proposing this project, and we ask you to review it on its merits and to approve the annexation. Question?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have a question. And please don't take this, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I just wanted to comment on what you said as far as compatibility. I don't disagree with you 100%, but wouldn't compatibility in that context also include the surrounding existing residential homes? How do you square the compatibility of this project with those that are literally 20 to 40 feet away?
Thank you for the question. If I started on Happy Valley Road and I was driving from, let's say, Airport Road headed south, and I was making a visual observation of the neighborhood and how the neighborhood was developing and the compatibility of that corridor, I would have light industrial projects intermixed with residential. I would have high density residential, and I have an airport. And when I'm squaring the compatibility in the neighborhood, I'm looking at the whole. What is it today? What is it going to be in 5 years? And where is it going to be in 20? I believe that the city has forecast the direction that they want to go by approving the light industrial projects around Happy Valley that are in close proximity to this property. I believe that the airport has forecast that we want light industrial properties to surround the airport. And so that's how I square my compatibility issue.
I must be not remembering, but what other light industrial properties around that area, and other than the closer you get to the freeway, are there any other, and the airport, obviously?
Yeah, you got a couple that new one just south of airport on the east side. They've got 2 of the buildings up. I think there's 1 or 2 more buildings going in there.
That's right, just
You got the
brand new build, huh?
one on the other side, that cleaning company that has that great big barbecuer that we
And
could
there's,
use.
oh, yeah, okay, there's, You drive that a
Storage
billion
unit.
times a day and you
Yeah, you
forget,
just kinda
you just
forget.
forget all this stuff, so I appreciate that. And then there is some down Airport, or down Victory.
Yeah, there's that new one that's going in right, as you come around the roundabout
okay.
right there.
All right. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the comments. Thank you.
There's questions about light pollution and noise pollution from, not, I mean, I think the truck noise is pretty clear. Do you want to speak to what the operational noise, like in the shops is, and then like the lighting?
Yes. So the operational noise that would come from, I'll address the 30,000 square foot building. There's several components that are happening within that building. You have the weld shop, where you're gonna weld a frame of a hollow metal frame door. And then you have the wood shop, and the wood shop is cutting like a window unit into an already developed wood slab. So within those units, there will be dust mitigation controls, and those dust mitigation controls will be housed within the building, but bagged outside. So there will be a hopper that is collecting that sawdust or that refined dust. In the shop itself, there will be a saw to cut, and there will be a drill that would actually drill a hole for a lock set. And then there would also be a welding machine. The welding machine, I mean, I couldn't speak to decibels. I know that I've been at the existing location where these functions are performed. They're inside. As a customer outside, I've never noticed any noise. The shops, both shops aren't running, I don't think, more than 6 hours per day as far as actually time frame. It's done during business hours between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. There could be people home, but I don't think that the noise from inside the building would be audible to anybody standing at the property line.
What about loading and unloading trucks?
Loading and unloading trucks, like I said earlier, currently there's about one truck that comes per day. If that were to double and maximize, then that would be 2 trucks per day, and that would be a semi-truck enclosed van. It takes approximately, from the time the truck arrives until he's unloaded, it takes approximately an hour and a half to do the unload. Truck will back up into the loading dock, dock cushions around the truck, and then a forklift will go inside the loading dock or inside the truck to move the material inside into the appropriate place or rack storage. The forklift, electric or propane, it does have a backup sensor. It's contained inside the building. Again, I don't know that you would hear it outside. Have to be extremely good hearing to hear that. The other operations inside the shop are just office, as far as clerical work and sales.
Good. Thank you for your time.
Chair, I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Kirkman, seconded by Kehoe to close the public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, public testimony portion is closed. The southern property, Rodney, for the city, what are potential could that ever develop into anything?
What's a race?
Or Daniel.
I think we know this, both of us, because it's in that, the
Right back.
airport runway protection zone, RPZ, there's really nothing that can be developed on that property.
Okay.
Turn it into a park.
Excuse
A
me?
bunch of kids
Turn it
playing
into
over
a park.
In an industrial zone like this, is there any decibel limitations?
Mr. Chairman, or again, Rodney Ashby, I mean, this is a subjective question. I think you need to balance the needs of the area and the compatibility of the area, and that's a tough decision. We don't have specific decibels listed in code for this zone. So you'd have to think about that, but our code just says a nuisance. It shouldn't become a nuisance. I've struggled with that language because I don't know what that means exactly.
Different for different people.
Yeah, different for different people. So I think this is a decision you have to make.
While you're there, Rodney, if I could. So the airport manager, or whoever, is for this. What would the airport prefer to have close to it? Would they rather have industrial or residential?
Yeah, this, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Turner, so I've had this conversation with the airport commission and with the airport superintendent, and both of them have said what they prefer is industrial. What they don't want is lots of people gathered together in residences, that if there was a terrible accident, that there'd be a lot of damage done.
Yeah.
So what they see as less likely to cause a problem is the industrial use over the residential.
Mr. Chair, is that all questions you have?
Go ahead.
Okay. I didn't want to interrupt. You looked like you were looking for another one.
I'm in thought. Go ahead.
All right, Daniel. You know, this was about Happy Valley, so you knew this was going to come up. You get one car on Happy Valley that's traveling south, and I don't care if it's up by Locust or if it's up by the freeway. If it wants to turn left and it's at 4 or 5 o'clock, it's going to back up 50, 60 cars. I've been involved with that a number of times. You put one big semi 52 footer that is going to turn left into this coming south on Happy Valley, it's just going to exacerbate the problem. So what is the possibility of putting a turn lane if this project were to move forward in that location? To at least keep some of that traffic moving, if a truck were there.
That is certainly something that if you feel is appropriate, you can place as a condition of approval.
Is there enough space?
The existing right-of-way in those areas, we have a 50-foot total, so 25-foot prescriptive on either side of the roadway. So that does provide enough room that with some widening on either side, that can provide for a turn lane.
But you're gonna have to put one long enough to accommodate a 52, 54-foot truck. Is there enough space that way too?
Yes, so we have that 50 feet up and down
Up and
the
down.
entire length. And so they would ultimately just have to design it such that has the appropriate tapers and storage length and that for that.
Okay.
Can I follow up on that?
Please.
I'd like to know the legality of, like, can we require that, and can we require them to add a turn lane beyond the extent of their property, or how does that work?
Is that our road? That's not our road, is it? Happy Valley?
Um,
Half of it anyways?
Give me one second.
The eastern half?
I can wait till Daniel answers that question.
Regardless of whether it's our road or not, we would be able to work with the highway district to make that happen. If that would not necessarily be a hindrance.
Okay.
Yeah, Commissioner, if I may, this gets to some constitutional principles. Nolan and Dolan are some famous cases that talk about where when you put a condition on, it has to be roughly proportionate to what their impact is. That's one prong. The other one, it has to be a nexus, right? It has to be related to it. So you can't have them put a water tower in or amusement park, right? That's not related, as much as you may want either of those or not. And so what's being requested here, if there's a nexus connected with the project, and what is being requested is a rough proportionality to their impact, that's what the law does allow you to do. Obviously, the condition can't render the property entirely, deprive it of all economic use or just make it futile. So that's the analysis you want to run, Daniel's, or the condition that's being discussed through. Is it roughly proportionate, and is there a nexus connection?
Well, in that light, if the commission were to move down that road, no pun intended, I think that definitely would. There would be a Lexus Nexus, is that what you said?
A nexus. It's a
He'll get the joke. A nexus and, yeah.
But even just coming out of there to turn right and head back north, that road's not that wide there. It would just give them a little more room with a semi to be coming out of there to, the ones that are turning right at airport there with those blocks right on the corner, they gotta take up both lanes to get around that corner,
Yeah.
so.
They do.
So, clarify, so nexus would be that it's related, which I think a left turn lane into it would be related. Proportional mean if it costs $10 million to do something and you know what I mean, like, and the property is selling for, like, is that where the proportionality comes in, or what's proportional mean?
Chairman, so the proportionality is really what impact they're anticipated, and if there's a study provided here, if there's a traffic impact study or other data, it might not, just hypothetical, right? It may not be proportionate to require, a 7-lane road coming out of there, right? Based off the volume that's generated. So you want whatever's there, it needs to have a rough proportion to what they're bringing to the table, and it needs to have that rough fit, if you will. Doesn't have to be exact science. It's what the law says. It's a rough proportionality.
Thank you.
And then the other test you'll run through on these is, okay, would this condition be arbitrary, capricious, or an abuse of the discretion, right? And the case law says there's pretty vast discretion. And so those are kind of the fail-safes so that, there's not, crazy or ludicrous things that are imposed. But starting point is that nexus and then the rough proportionality.
So what I'm hearing is, we don't want to be putting on conditions that are making it so hard you just can't develop because we want to.
If the conditions were a nexus to it and roughly proportionate to their impact, the law allows that to be imposed.
We could be
Now, just to be clear, the word reasonable and unreasonable has not been used here. It's nexus and rough proportionality, right?
So putting a condition to add a center turn lane from Victory to Airport, it would not be, that would not be an appropriate condition. On another note, I'm struggling a little bit with the compatibility of this location. As much as I would love to bring business to Nampa and steal jobs away from other communities in the Treasure Valley, I really struggle with the location of this industrial area in the compatibility arena of the residences that have been there for, well, as long as I've been around. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I understand the concern there, building height and all those kind of things. I can also respect property rights for both sides. And I think down the road, what's Happy Valley gonna look like in 10 years, 20 years? Looks a lot different now than it did when I was a kid, that's for sure.
Oh, there's just more cars on it. It doesn't look any different.
Well, it looks quite a bit different.
But most of that traffic, when Highway 16, or not Highway 16, I think I asked this question at the last hearing, or the last meeting that we had was about Happy Valley when it came up before, and I think that the intent is the traffic's gonna get pushed over to Robinson with,
McDermott, but yeah.
Dermott, with Highway 16. So there's no plans to widen Happy Valley to a major arterial or a connector, even though it goes straight to the freeway, which I still don't understand, Dan. But that's just my not understanding.
We're gonna let Daniel speak to it, so we are.
That's the emotion that's coming through.
So when you say there are no plans, that is not 100% accurate.
Oh, that's good to hear.
The Happy Valley is planned to ultimately be a 5-lane facility.
Yeah.
I do not have plans for construction of that right now. We are currently redoing our transportation master plan that will reprioritize and identify, and so not knowing what that will bring. Happy Valley is one of our congested corridors, and the priority structure that we have currently, that may, with things that have been done, that may change those priorities. And so until we have that update in the transportation master plan, I can't give you a definitive of when that will happen. But yes, there is the plan for Happy Valley will be ultimately a 5-lane facility.
Okay.
At that time, will they put left turn lanes at airports? So we don't
Yes, yeah, so it'll have left turn lane up and down, center turn lane, all of that.
I'm just being.
Yep.
Chairman. Rodney or Terry, is there any other large industrial areas that are not developed in this area or close by? I know you mentioned several, which surprised Jeff, but I never go out there. My entire life I've never been out there. I have no idea what's out there.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioner Kehoe. So what you see on the screen now is the future land use map, and you can see that that whole southeastern section is future land use map designation of industrial. So other potential industrial development there, I don't know of anything specifically that's in the works. Oh, thank you. And Rodney points out that it's also everything north of Victory, almost all the way up to Kings Road. So that whole northwest section.
So, Mr. Chair, I think I have the same struggle you're having is we're pro-business. We want to bring growing businesses here. Some people are talking about how they'll work harder than they say they work. I don't know if that's a bad thing. We want hardworking business owners that are growing their businesses here in our community. I think if you look at this map, industrial does fit. I mean, we've got industrial across the street in both directions, and then we've got the county residential on the other sides. We're at the borderland where we always hit, right? And when we're at these borders between two different types of uses, we look at compatibility of are we transitioning? And this is just such a big building right on that edge that it's hard to transition. I wish that I want to support it for economic reasons for the city, but it is a really big building on that edge of that lot. And I don't know if there's another way to reconfigure that lot to make this work so that they're closer to Happy Valley. I mean, it gets narrower there.
I would just note that the current zoning of the city-owned property to the south is light industrial.
Right.
Doesn't show
While
it,
the
but
comp
it is.
plan does show it is residential, the current zoning of it is industrial.
Which is why I say it fits, and it's this border, yeah, it's just this kind of no man's land between low-density residential and light industrial. I wish it was more of a transition, like if the flex buildings were closer to the residential and the larger building was closer to the road, but the lot doesn't
Doesn't work that way.
doesn't work for that.
Chair,
Yeah.
maybe Rodney can answer this, or that flight path, the red area on that slide right there, that cuts through, looks like over 50% of that south lot. So is that like a no-build zone?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah,
That's
By
a
the
zero
city.
zone. So
That's the
even,
city-owned.
so, yes, this lot is
Technically
is
industrial.
technically right there in light industrial, but it's pretty much unusable. So, you know, you can use that, it's almost, yeah.
Chairman Miller and Commissioners, I just wanted to respond just briefly to the concerns about height. So if this came into the city and was zoned, a zoning that matches the low-density residential land use designation, that would put it as RA suburban residential or an RS zoning district. In both of those options, the maximum building height for a residence is 30 feet. And it would be a 15-foot rear yard setback and 5-foot side yard setback. So the potential for a view blocking structure would be there whether we choose this industrial zoning and their proposed 32-foot high building, or a residential zoning within the city, which would allow a 30-foot high building maximum. And that's, again, to the top plate of the wall. It's not to the peaked roof.
So technically, you could have a very steep roof. You could have a very large house, very steep roof, wide house, which then can play into how high that roof peak can go. So potentially, you could be another easily 18 feet or so, potentially, above that 30-foot
Oh,
wall.
I don't think that's true.
No?
There's. are
Chairman
you sure?
Miller and Commissioner
Okay.
Fine, I agree that we don't know what that very steep peak roof could be or how long their building would be. I just wanted to add in that a 30-foot height allowance is allowed and the city measures to the top plate of a building from grade to the top plate without the peak involved. What's been proposed here is
You have a very high building. You have a very high roof line.
Yeah, I mean, you could, even 12-foot rafters, you're up to 42 feet.
I think too, the thought that the setback would be significantly closer. I mean, you'd
Yeah.
be 15 feet, so
I
that,
think,
We're talking the wet.
24-foot building
the-
could be-
The east boundary is the rear setback. Correct?
We typically determine the front based on the addressing of the building. So assuming it remained this 4-foot large parcel, which doesn't necessarily fit in our zoning requirements, yes, front would face Happy Valley and rear would be to the east.
what are the setbacks industrially for side setbacks?
This one has 50 feet. If
Well,
you-
I realize what it says, but my question is, what are the setbacks?
Yeah, sorry. Christy is quickly looking that up for me because it makes a difference when it's setting next to residential properties. So 10, next to residential properties.
So it could be 10 feet away from those homes instead of 50 whatever feet.
They're not gonna do that because they wanna be able,
No, if this wasn't going to be built
I
here
see
and it
what you're
was
saying. Well, but I
to
think-
suburban residential.
I think what's important too is if this was voted on and passed, do we tie it to the conceptual plan? Or do we just say it's now light industrial, you can build what you want? Because then they could say, oh, well, the setback is X, I've just changed my mind and I want to move the building even closer to the neighbors.
Chairman Miller, that's an excellent observation. And you could recommend to city council that they require a development agreement, and things like that could be included in the development agreement.
I mean, because we've seen plenty of things come before us that they say they want to do one thing and then it's something totally different. So that's why I like to try to tie it to something. So we at least have some idea of what we said yes to and then what is going to happen moving forward. So,
I think, Kent, thank you for that context of the building heights that would be allowed in the residential, but there's gotta be a difference between a 32 flat building that's 100 feet long versus a peak. It's just a different feel.
yeah, I agree.
Unless there's a series of buildings with peaks.
That's what I'm saying. That's less obtrusive than one giant.
Oh, I thought you were just talking like one building with a peak.
No,
And I
I'm
was like,
saying-
I don't think they'd put one there.
Of course.
Yeah. Which would, I mean, even if that was the case, it'd still bring a lot more traffic, like the applicant said, there'd be a lot more traffic there with, if it was residential.
Yep.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Well, Mr. Chair, I think looking at that context and what we were just discussing and I think I'm not 100% with this industrial going here, but I'd rather see a 32-foot building than a 32-foot building with 12-foot peaks and more traffic. I think, I think it's stretching it a little bit, but I think it does fit here. I mean, you've got industrial properties down the airport or down Victory. And they're not around this area. If I were to move forward with this and agree and vote yes, I would want a truck turn lane into this property too, just to help alleviate some of that traffic that's gonna get backed up. It already gets backed up at the roundabout there at Victory and Happy Valley.
And I'm thinking out loud again. And I guess I should ask the applicant, I wonder if there's a specific reason for the 32-foot height.
Storage racks.
Yeah, but, I mean, I visit a lot of facilities similar to this, and I don't think that I've seen any 32-foot high storage racks because forklifts can't reach that high.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, depending, and I guess I understand, but
We don't do these kinds of buildings, but 36 clear height's pretty typical in a big warehouse, you know.
I guess I understand that then, so.
I'm not sure if I'm on which way I'd vote on a motion. I don't know that I could support a motion that had that requirement. That requirement makes me nervous.
What requirement?
The turn lane.
Why?
It's a heavy burden. Property owner.
It's a really high expense.
I like the idea, but I think it
But it's not necessarily the expense, it's the proportionality. Correct, Preston?
You
The
you were
nexus.
listening, Jeff.
Nexus.
I see you're in the thick of it right now. So the proportionality is the scope, right? What the market may or may not be on it could be relevant here, but really the case law is, okay, what is being asked here? And you don't necessarily take into consideration maybe the cost, although that's more of a second analysis. The first one is it justified? Is it roughly proportionate with their impact? And then if so, the second one would be, do you believe that would be proper to impose? Again, the costs can come into play, but that's not, the first analysis is it proportionate?
Well, and I guess I have to look at it too. Yes, this is a fairly specific proposed use, but what if something were to happen and that proposed use went by the wayside and it changes and now it's light industrial, and instead of 1 truck a day, we get 15? I mean, it's light industrial, so I don't know. I mean, I'm struggling.
Well, then you definitely need a turn line.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I understand both ways, and it's kind of a, I don't know.
Could we just make a recommendation to city council, if we were to move this forward, that they take a serious look at possibly requiring it if they deem necessary? Maybe by then, Daniel could do a little bit of analysis or something on it, and just to see if it, instead of us requiring it, putting it on there.
Would you be open to a motion that requires them to do a traffic impact study and then required by the traffic impact study?
You know, I like the traffic impact studies, but I have conducted my own traffic impact study about 50,000 times over the last few years as Happy Valley has become a bit busier and busier, and especially since they put that roundabout in. You go at night, or in the afternoon, you can't get through there because everybody's coming west. And it's the same thing at Amity. It's the same thing up at Greenhurst. Everybody's coming west, and you sit there, and you sit there. And yes, typically I'm one that's like, hey, traffic is traffic. We all got to deal with it. But you add a truck, a 52, 54-foot semi that's sitting in that lane to turn left in this because there's all this traffic that's headed north. You can do your traffic impact study, but I've already done one. I know that's not supposed to play into it, but it really, especially that close to the roundabout.
Okay, let me push back on that. The purpose of the traffic impact study would be that we have backing that it's got a
Agreed.
nexus and is proportional. We would be able to then establish that this property is causing the problem, not background traffic, and therefore, it seems like it protects us.
Great. If the traffic impact study was done during, when the buses are running in the morning and when everybody's coming home from work.
I just
It
think
takes the
would be-
emotion out of it.
And I guess
Yeah.
I understand that, but I think it's kind of pointless. If it's 1 or 2 trucks a day, I don't think it's going to make an impact enough that the traffic impact study is going to show anything.
So then why should we require them to do something?
Exactly. But then my point that if the use were to change from this specific to something different,
And Chairman, I may have Daniel come up and speak on the traffic impact policy. Yeah.
So, looking at this in the square footage and talking to them about or listening to their employee counts and that, this is not likely to trigger the need for a TIS. And so I would say that if you are concerned about the turning movements and that, I would recommend that you just recommend that as a condition of approval, rather than trying to have the expense of a traffic impact study that is likely not warranted.
Chairman, if I may, a cleaner way to, if that's the route you want to go as a condition of approval, though a DA is not put here in the application, this is a recommendation, and that can be included here, and then it goes up as a package to city council, that it could be a pretty skinny DA that talks about this condition of a traffic impact study that's produced.
So based on the proposed use, is there any way that we could limit the amount of traffic coming and going from this facility? I mean, that's, I know, it's,
How would you do that?
well, and I don't know. I mean, that's, I have to ask, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
Right, because like I said, it's proposed at, well, it's one truck, maybe two a day. But
That's the whole
what if they
premise
outgrow and he
behind-
moves
yeah.
and now we have a different company that moves in and we got I don't know. I mean, I'm playing devil's advocate here, but
Being a little, I think we're all here for limited government, right? We don't
Yeah.
want city people going out there counting trucks and then saying,
yeah, exactly.
You know, I'm thinking of up on South Side, right north, or right south of Greenhurst, there's a new development that went in, and they put in a left turn lane that's about 3.5 feet long.
Yeah. It's 4.
And when I saw that go in, I chuckled a little bit. I was like, my gosh, this is the smallest turn lane I've ever seen. But the reason is that there wasn't enough space to put a longer one or something like that in. And so that's kind of what I'm looking at is did that require a traffic impact study? I don't know, maybe it did. But now you've got a big truck, let's just say it's one. Again, I know I'm beating this dead horse, but a truck heading south, turning left into that property right before that roundabout at particular times of the day. I mean, I'm not 100% sold on this project anyways, but that would sure help me move to a,
So this would basically just be, I guess, a DA, like you said, in the skinny.
Yeah,
It's
be
a
very light, very
recommendation.
skinny. You know, if it was an approving motion, you would modify that to add a DA in there with that condition. It'd be a pretty basic addition to it. And then council would, that'd be packaged up and given to them to review. And they can
do whatever.
keep it there, strike it, whatever, yeah. But it needs to be noticed because it's different than what was noticed coming into this meeting. It's an addition. And that'll keep us legally compliant and keep this thing moving forward.
Mr. Chair, any other thoughts or discussion
I
before?
like that idea of putting it in
I just say we throw it out
a day
there.
and let the city council.
All right. Well, Mr. Chair, if there is no other further discussion, I will move to recommend approval of the project as stated on the screen with the addition of a simple DA development agreement that would add a truck turn lane into the property off of Happy Valley,
Southbound?
southbound. I'd like one northbound too. No, just southbound.
so does the DA also lock them into this concept,
Concept of,
their site plan?
Site plan.
yeah, and that would be what's already
Present.
presented, so.
I'll second that.
It's been moved by Kirkman, seconded by Turner to approve the item. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Garner, absent. Miller,
Aye.
Daffer, absent. Turner,
Aye.
Kehoe,
No.
Morgan,
No.
Kirkman,
Yes, even though I'm hesitating on my own motion. Yes.
Copeland, absent. Feen,
No.
thank you. Motion fails.
Thank you.
We're not done yet.
No, I know, we gotta,
either figure out how to approve this or deny it, but
one of the
Or
two.
recommend, yeah. Because I'm not opposed to the annexation and zoning to IL. I'd like them to reconfigure the site plan, but I don't know how to.
I don't think they can with what they're trying to do. I don't think they,
Well, I think it'd be removal of the existing residential. I think there'd
Yeah.
have to be a lot of work done. And I don't-
So, Mr. Chair, for Commissioner Morgan and others, is it a compatibility?
Yes.
That's what I struggled with also. So it's not the truck turning lane? It's a
I
compatibility.
feel like, a good attempt, but no.
I feel like if we were being asked to change the zoning, then it should hit overwhelmingly or pretty strong. And there seems to be a lot that's kind of in the middle here.
There seems to be more industrial land nearby. Pick up your pants and move down the street.
Well,
Well, I guess too, I look at it this way, that, has been stated, if this was a residential project, the airport would probably be against it. Depending on the size of the residential development.
And the discussion, the airport, we want it to be viable, we want it to stay there. It's great for the city of Napa. And if they prefer to have industrial around it, so it does protect it from the residential that's gonna cause problems, then I don't wanna see that airport go away, I don't wanna see the air shows go away. And yeah, if you were to turn this into even 4 houses back there, they're only gonna be 10 feet apart, and you're gonna have roofs, like you say, that are,
they're not gonna be 45 feet.
if you're 30 foot to the top sill plate, and then you
Yeah,
put
but
rafters
they're
above
not.
it.
Nobody builds
That's a
15 foot.
three-story building.
Yeah, nobody builds.
They could,
They could,
Yeah.
but
even if you go 20 foot and put a 12, 15-foot rafters, you're gonna be taller.
35 feet.
You're gonna be taller than that,
30 to
and you're only gonna have 10-foot windows between structures. Granted, it's not gonna be a big wall.
I think it feels different than a big
It
200
does, it
foot
would,
long.
definitely, but you still are gonna pretty much lose all your sight to that direction.
And that's why I'm saying I'd like to zone it to IL.
And there is a lot of
It's-
IL coming down Happy Valley, so Happy Valley's definitely changed.
And I'm not opposed to that. I think that's the correct method for it, or the correct recommendation for it, but not that lot. I think it needs to be moved down the road.
Yeah, but this is the property they have.
I know.
We've heard that it's gonna be, that the proposed 5-lane for that. We don't know when that's gonna be. So, in choosing to change zoning with, if we had more of a, okay, that's a 5-year plan, maybe it makes sense, but with it being unknown in the future, as of right now, is it prudent to change zoning at this time? That's one thing that we can always look at when we look at annexation. Is it appropriate at this time? That's part of the latitude, as I understand, that we have. Am I correct with that? Okay.
Yeah, timing's one of the big things with it.
Yeah, this is what you call a legislative decision. What that means is it's pretty wide open on the playbook for reasonings for an annexation. It's not like a conditional use permit where there's certain criteria that they meet it or they don't. And it's looked at more scrutinized. This is, timing is often an element, compatibility. Again, you can't go into this abuse of discretion, arbitrary world. That's not allowed. But short of that, the law does give commissions and city councils a lot of latitude. Timing being often cited among other things.
Someone needs to make a motion.
I don't think my motion would pass, so.
Try, where to try one.
I move that we recommend approval of the annexation and zoning to an IL zoning district, as stated on the screen, with the condition that the lot be reconfigured so that the impact to the neighbors is minimized. And the city council can interpret that how they will.
I like that, but I don't know that it ever happened that way.
We can do that, though.
And if that's the motion, again,
Yeah,
you'll want
is
to
that
package that up in that DA version.
Okay,
You'll
I'll
wanna
amend
put-
my motion to say
Yeah, amend that. Mhm.
that would be done through a DA.
That'll be good enough, yeah.
Go with that. Yeah, make it a second.
Okay, it's been moved by Morgan, seconded by Kehoe to approve the item with the added DA. We need any clarification, Rodney?
Can we just repeat that motion again?
Yeah.
Okay, move that we recommend approval of annexation and zoning to a light industrial zoning district with the condition that we add a development agreement to establish the site plan and a recommendation to city council that they consider the impact, consider rearranging the site plan to lessen the impact on the residential.
Due to the height of the building?
Due to the bulk of the building.
Yeah.
Does that work, Rod?
Is that legal? Is that a legal motion, Preston?
Yeah, and it may help to say what kind of impact, talking visual, talking traffic,
Visual.
noise.
The noise, I think he addressed well. I think it's the bulk of the building being at the back of the lot and the trucks being between the bulk of the building and the residential, which, yeah. I think if those concerns accompany the recommendation, then I'm good.
And I would second that.
Okay, so it's been moved by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Kehoe to approve the item, recommend approval for the item with the added development agreement. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Garner, absent. Miller,
Aye.
Daffer, absent. Turner,
No,
Kehoe,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Kirkman,
No.
Copeland, absent. Feen,
Yes.
thank you. The ayes have it.
Thank you. Okay, we will move into item 3-3, conditional use permit for a
Mr. Chair, can I make a motion to take a 5-minute
Let's
recess?
take a 5-minute recess. Yes, absolutely, please. Yeah, I know. Go ahead. Okay, we're going to come back to order. Get started again. So we are looking at item 3-3, conditional use permit for a non-commercial kennel license in our RS zoning district, addressed as 816 7th Avenue South. For Savannah Sloan, is the applicant here?
Albany Roofing. So, my name's Savannah. I live at 816 7th Avenue South, Nampa. Yes, sorry. Okay, there we go. Okay, I made a PowerPoint. I'm here because I'm trying to keep my 7 dogs. 3 of which are little Chihuahuas. They're smaller than cats. One is a Labradooski, one is a Husky mix and a Pit Bull, and then I have a Lab Pointer mix that I've had for several years, and I love them very much. So this just kind of shows what I'm trying to do here. Everybody's spayed and neutered. I don't breed. I don't house sit for people in my home. I'm just trying to keep my own dogs. I work really hard to take care of them. I keep them as safe as I can. And I try to keep them from being in anybody's way as much as I can as well. So I'm a veterinary technician. I have been for over 10 years now. Part of that is how I've ended up with all these babies. Most of them are rescues. They get advanced medical care. They get everything that they need. They get regular routine care. They're already fully licensed with the city. They're up to date on vaccines as well. They get laboratory care. They're also really good citizens where we use them for practice when we're needing to practice blood draws or teach people. When we were shopping for a new ultrasound machine, it was my dogs that I would bring in that we could practice on. Same with my cats. And then Jimothy is actually large enough to be a blood donor dog if that's ever needed as well. So they have mostly been rescued. That little baby Almost and Jimothy next to her. Those were the first photos that I saw of them. And that's kind of what pushed me to save them. They're both off euthanasia lists. Almost was never going to make it to the adoption floor because she was just so ill. They just weren't going to be able. There's so many healthy dogs. They were both pulled out of Texas, and then Jimothy was actually in a kennel and at the shelter for 6 months. I pulled him from being euthanized about 2 hours prior to the procedure. And then Pink, you can't see her in this photo, but she's my Labradooski. She was going to be shot by a farmer down in Emmett who didn't believe in taking dogs to shelters because he didn't want to pay the relinquish fee, but he had too many dogs due to accidental litters, and so he was just going to shoot her and put him down himself. And then the little Chihuahuas, those are the only ones that didn't come to me as direct rescues, except one of them. There was an accidental litter, and I had that person reach out to me directly asking if I would take her so that she wouldn't end up in a bad situation, so I did. And I take them everywhere with me. So I work really hard to keep them clean. Unfortunately, my yard is all dirt. It turns out it's actually really expensive to put in a lawn, and also kind of hard when you have the dogs. But they get baths. I'm constantly cleaning up after them. They're a little naughty and they like to counter surf and, tear things up, but they're living their best lives and, mind over matter. So I love them more than I love things. I have a 6-foot fence all around my yard, so they can't escape. They still try, and they have, but I stand outside with them anytime they're outside now to prevent that from happening. And then this is a little bit of a look into our lives. I'm really outdoorsy. I'm constantly hiking, camping. I do backcountry, so even though we're on trails, they're not running up and harassing other people. Where I go is way out in the boondocks so that they can kind of run around, play wolf. but they're really, obviously really well behaved and they stay with me. And when we're not out hiking, I call it the pile, and we're all cuddled in the pile in bed. And that's my very favorite place to be. This was a link to a video. I don't know if it'll actually work, but it's just a little video of kind of what it looks like into our life. For time's sake, I'll just skip it. But there's just another photo of us kind of out in the snow. We do stuff all year round. The Wawas typically stay home when the snow's really deep or really cold, but they all have jackets and they all have sweaters, including the big dogs, so that they're taken care of and warm and happy. I actually am high-functioning autism and ADHD. I routinely take medication every single day to make life easier for me. I don't need to take as much medication when I'm with my animals. They help regulate me the way that the medication does when I'm not around them. I also have really bad PTSD. I've had a lot of struggles in my life. I am a rape survivor. I'm a domestic abuse survivor. I am a child abuse survivor. And these dogs really help me to get through it. I also grew up military, and when you grow up in that kind of environment, you aren't living somewhere long enough to build super lasting relationships. And so as a child, my lasting relationships that I could always count on were with my animals, and that's why part of the reason I place so much value in them. This just goes on a little bit more about what they give me, the dopamine regulation, and then they help me so I don't have to take every medication every day or as much medication every day. And then this is just a comparison of care standards of kind of what they get in the shelter and what they get in typical households versus what they can get with me. And then this just goes over the euthanasia statistics. 5.8 million animal shelter intakes happen, and I don't want to contribute to the homeless animal situation. I can't save all of them, but I can keep these 7 safe and loved for the rest of their life. Out of those 5.8 million, 600,000 are euthanized. And that's typically younger dogs. There's puppies, there's dogs that are perfectly fine to be adopted that don't get to find homes. And then this just goes over if you can take some of that and you can say some of it's for euthanasia or behavioral problems, but as you can see, the euthanasia rate is still, it's only 390K to 210K that are euthanized due to behavior and medical problems. And then there's just extra vulnerability for certain breeds like pit bulls and huskies. I actually think almost is mixed with the pit bull as well. And then there's part of a look into the pile. That just goes over cats a little bit. My long-term goal is to move. I'm actually in the process of doing that now. I've already spoken to my boss for the company that I work for. We have locations in Kentucky, which is actually pretty far, but I can't afford to move out of city here. I can't afford to move to Kentucky and be able to afford a property that we can all exist happily and peacefully on. I'm not just asking for permission from you guys to keep my dogs. I'm asking for your help to help me keep them so that I can move to a better place for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, quick question.
Yep.
You had 7 dogs?
I have 7.
How many cats?
There's no regulation on how many cats, so I'd rather not discuss that.
Okay.
Okay. Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Christy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. The request before you tonight is for a conditional use permit for a non-commercial kennel in an RS6 zoning district to keep 7 dogs. The property is located in the RS6 zone and it is completely surrounded by RS6 zoned properties. So according to our animal code, potbelly pigs and dogs equate to each other. So you are allowed to have 2 dogs or 2 pigs or 1 dog and 1 pig in combination. Anything over that requires a conditional use permit for a non-commercial kennel.
I'm sorry. Can you go back to that, Mr. Chair? Just clarification, because right there in that first sentence, it says, in which more than 2 dogs and/or cats of at least 6 months. That's why I asked the question, how many cats? If she's got 7 dogs, wouldn't however many cats come into play also? Because it could be more than 7.
So that's the definition for a non-commercial kennel. We don't regulate the maximum number in chapter 21 for cats. And in chapter 3, where it says you need a conditional use permit for anything over that amount, that's what they would be asking for. There's a number of other animals that are on the property as well that don't fall into the need for a conditional use permit either. It's either allowed or it isn't. So I'm not quite sure how to defend that definition with a cat, because cats are cats.
And it's,
You
and
can't
it's very
control it.
specific, and/or cats. So, but anyways, that's the reason I asked the question, because
That is
it
very specific.
includes dogs and cats, or cats. So if the applicant says 7 dogs, I mean, however many cats, does it bump it up even more, beyond that?
Not according to the definition in 1021.
Next 1021 says,
It would certainly be more than 2. Okay, thank you.
As you know, there are 4 criteria for conditional use permit that need to be met. However, in this case, 2 of those criteria don't really apply to this application, so we're going to be focusing on just 2 of them. The only correspondence that we received was from the police department. They oppose the issuance of the conditional use permit. They have responded to her residence in several occasions. The most recent was June of this year. On this occasion, she was found to be in possession of the following list of animals. 12+ cats is what they listed in their letter. While at the residence, officers found the condition of the home and yard to be unsatisfactory for the keeping and maintenance of animals. Ms. Sloan was charged with animal cruelty, and this case is currently working its way through the court process. Over the last couple of years, Nampa animal control officers have had several conversations with her regarding the number of animals that she keeps and the various conditions of her property. So the surrounding land uses are primary single-family residential. The lot is an average-sized lot in the RS6 zoning district. They are kept in the backyard, in a fenced backyard. That is a fact. According to Chapter 21, the left chapter, or the left column, is what is allowed by code to be kept. That can all be kept together in one place. You can see where, in some cases, those numbers are exceeded. This is just a snippet of the information that came from animal control with the number of visits that they made to the property. These are the names of the 7 dogs that she's asking for today. In July of 2022, she was approved for 2 dogs and 2 pot-bellied pigs. In April of 2024, that conditional use permit was revoked due to the numerous calls by law enforcement to that property. So while that conditional use permit was revoked due to multiple citations, this is a new request for 7 dogs and no pigs. The conditional use permit criteria that applies is the design, construction, operation, and maintenance of the property and project will not adversely impact the intended character and appearance of the general vicinity. It's a residential neighborhood. She stated that she keeps everything clean. There's minimal noise impact, secure containment, and then we've got the other side of that coin from animal control that says due to the number and types of animals, there's evidence that the state of this property is not aligned with the intended character of the residential neighborhood. And then the other one is the proposed use will not involve activities that will be determined to be detrimental to persons' general welfare, causing traffic noise and odors, that kind of thing. Again, she had some quotes in her narrative where she talks through some of the general welfare and the noise and the odors and all of those things. And I just go back to the numerous visits by law enforcement. These are the conditions of approval. They kind of they are the same conditions that were approved with the last conditional use permit. And then also, you know, coming into compliance with the number of the other animals so that that meets code. These are your potential motions. I would ask that when you make your motion, you give a reason for whatever you decide. I need you to come to the conclusion on this one. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Got a quick question for her, if I could, sir. So if we were to deny this, would she have a certain amount of time to remove all the animals that are over the limit? Or is it, we're just going to keep having to keep sending animal control over there?
Commissioner Turner, I imagine that animal control would do an initial visit and would set up a plan to be rid of them in a certain period of time, and then they would continue to monitor it.
Okay, thank you.
Questions?
Commissioner Morgan, that definition in chapter 21 is the one that causes the conditional use permit to be required. And that's where it talks about the 2 pigs or the 2 dogs. And then the chart itself lays out how many in total of the other types of animals they can have without a conditional use permit. So
What we're talking about today is
7 dogs.
an animal control.
Or, yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have a sign-up sheet?
Yes, calling Giuliano Sferl. If Mr. Sferl is not present, then we have no other speakers signed up for public testimony.
Okay. Is there anyone that would like to speak for, against, or undecided on this specific item? Go ahead and come on up. Remember to give us your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Dobkins. I live at 2770 West Tango Creek Drive in Meridian, Idaho. But I am a friend and a coworker of Savannah. I have known her for about 4 or 5 years, and I've gotten to know her and her animals and her dogs, and I have not once thought that they were mistreated in any way. And I have been to her house, and they have been taken care of. They're well fed. They're in healthy condition. And so I asked that she be able to keep her dogs. And this permit is only for the dogs, so I don't think the other animals would be put into the equation. Thank you.
Anybody else that would like to speak?
Yeah, my name is Adele Elsham, and I live at 51 East Blue Heron Lane in Meridian, Idaho. I've known Savannah for the past 3 years, and she's not only become like my best friend, but a sister that I didn't have. And the dogs in her are, like, I can't imagine her without her dogs. Like, that is her family, that is her life. And they're the things that keep her stable. Like, when she calls me and she's having a bad day, I know that she's in a pile with the animals. To say that they're, like, you know, not being taken care of, to say that they're abused is, I think it's a grievous misstatement. I think that it really hurts my soul to see that to know that she has people in her quarter that support her. We've got lists of over like 15 plus letters of recommendation. Last Turkey, we have that. I just think if you take them away from her, like, I think that it'd just be really detrimental to her and then to me, and I don't want to lose my best friend because step. We are planning to leave here. We don't want to be a pain to anybody, but if you want to know what real animal abuse looks like, I'm going to work in the same profession. I have seen things that I don't want to speak about, and this is not abuse. And they're well cared for, and she would not take these animals on if she could not care for them. Just ask that you can take that into consideration.
Thank you. Anybody else? Hey, Ms. Sloan, do you have anything to add? Yep, go ahead and come back up. Yep, go ahead, please.
Of time before, but all of these binders are medical records. It's all their blood work, and then it's letters of character from people. And then it's not a secret to the four of us that we know who's reporting me, and it's not from the neighborhood. It's coworkers, which is another reason that we're leaving. I've also had footprints that they've seen outside my house in my yard that aren't mine in the snow. I don't feel safe at home. I don't feel safe at work. My animals make me feel safe. It's another reason I'm trying to move. I just want to move. I just want to keep my animals and move. That's all I want to do. I just want to leave. I bought my house when I was 24. It was a fixer-upper. It's still a fixer-upper. When I was 24, I was sleeping on my friend's couch. I didn't have a home, and I went from that to having a home that I thought I could live happily with and just have my animals, have my old lady dreams, my Disney princess life. I don't have internet. I don't watch TV. I don't have TV at my house. It's my animals. I go home and I'll just play with them and stare at them and hiking and camping. Like, that's my life. That's what we do. I know it's different from other people's hobbies, but I'm different. And I'm really tired of having to take medication every day to fit in better. And I know I have to do that to feel safe at my own home. It's not right. And here I am, 6, 7 years later, and my house is still a fixer-upper because I don't have the funds to do all that. I don't, especially now with how prices have gone up. I wouldn't have been able to afford my house as a 24-year-old if I didn't buy it right in 2019 before the prices went out above and beyond. And that's why I can't afford to move out of the city here. That's why I have to move out of state. When I was 24, I didn't know to look at city ordinances. I knew not to live in an HOA, but I didn't think about city ordinances. And I wish that I knew what I know now, because I would never have bought that house. I resent it. I don't want to be there anymore. I just want permission to exist there until I can leave, which is what I'm trying to do. It's probably going to be at least within the next year. And I did look at the ordinances in Kentucky, and it doesn't matter if you live in city or outside a city, you can have as many cats and dogs as you want. I've learned. So if you guys want to review medical records and review letters, you're welcome to. It's an open book. I've had trouble with the law enforcement. I know it doesn't look good, and I'm really tired of being painted as this horrible picture through animal control. My house wasn't nice when I bought it. It's not because of my animals. It smelled bad when I bought it. It looked bad when I bought it. It was what a 24-year-old could afford all on her own. And I worked really hard, and I was really proud of my house until now. Okay.
You have questions for her? Guess that's all. Thank you.
I do have a question, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Ms. Sloan, if you don't mind. Would you mind speaking to what the current charges and situation in the court is, just so we have a better idea?
Yeah, absolutely. And I didn't bring my phone, but I also was just texting with my lawyer yesterday to see if there was an update too that I'd be happy to share. So when they came to my house, it was for a welfare check on my dogs again. And they had found, and they found that I had 24 chickens. However, they were all less than 6 months old, except like 5, because people get chickens. You grow them out, you see what's a rooster, you see what's not, you keep what you want, and you don't You don't keep the others. Other people are allowed to do that. Other people in my neighborhood do have roosters, but they took all my chickens that day. I also had two mini ponies in my backyard, which I've had there for several years, and they told me that I just had to move them. So I moved them. They're out boarding with my large horse now. So I moved them. That's fine. They confiscated the chickens, which Adele went and picked up the very next day, because we were told that if they were picked up and just relocated by somebody who wasn't me, then there wouldn't be any charges. But then the shelter hadn't finished processing them, and so Adele had to pick them up the next day, in which they charged her $700 to bail them out of chicken jail. And we were not told of those fees. But they basically, when I asked why I was being charged with cruelty, because I'm not cruel to the animals, I'm not cruel to them. I even have medical records on my chickens of when I took them to surgery. And I asked why I was being charged with cruelty, and they said it was just the category that it falls under, and they're trying to charge me each for cruelty for each individual chicken. So like 24 counts of cruelty towards each chicken and 2 counts of cruelty towards my ponies. And it's very contradicting, because if the animal's safety and I was cruel to them was really what they were worried about, then why were we allowed to get them back so I could still have access to them? Why were my dogs left at my house if I was being cruel to animals? Why were the cats left at my house? It's very contradicting. And the update that my lawyer gave me yesterday was, let me scroll down and find it here. Because I did ask him for advice about coming here too, because I don't know if I could afford a lawyer. He'd be up here with me right now. But he said, where zoning is a civil issue, it is outside the scope of my appointment, and I'm afraid I have a full calendar of cases tomorrow, so he wasn't able to make it tonight. He says, I don't have any updates on your case currently. The prosecutor handling the matter has been away dealing with family stuff. I currently have 9 other cases set for jury trial on the same day or prior to your case. I'm hoping the logjam of cases work in your favor to encourage the prosecutor to dismiss your case, or maybe at least reduce it from a misdemeanor to an infraction, because he has actual crimes to be concerned with. That was his exact quote.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Then moved by Turner, seconded by Kehoe to close the public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Closed. Thoughts?
I have some real concerns. We granted her one in July of 2022, and within 2 years, she'd gone way over what was allowed with the 2 potbelly pigs and the 2 dogs at the time, where she had, horses and goats, and wasn't even 2 years, and it was revoked. Countless calls, even 3 calls from her that she had report a lost dog. So I have serious concerns with extending this and giving her another chance to have 7 dogs. Because history repeats itself, which it usually does. The 7 dogs are going to turn into who knows what else. And I mean, at the one time she had 46 animals. I know farms that don't have 46 animals. So I am not for giving CUP for this.
I have to agree. I don't know how many chances you can get in life, but she's had a lot more chances to get her act together than I've ever had in my life. Can't get it together now, hasn't been able to in the past. I can't see that she can in the future either. Totally disregards claims that she doesn't know what they are, which that's not excusable to me. Think about the police department and the dollars that they spend trying to address just her issue. It's an expense to the city that we don't need to have. Sorry.
Chairman, if I may, while we're in deliberation stage, as deliberations are happening, there's a box here on the right that has the two, there's technically 4 criteria, but these are the 2 that are germane to this. The other 2 really don't apply. As you make your comments, can you speak, commissioners, to those points of where it fits into it? Where this is a quasi-judicial decision, you gotta fit it squarely and tightly within those. So as you continue the deliberation, do that. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, in fact, that's exactly what I was just looking at here, is I do not believe that the number of dogs and the request at the CUP fits the nature of where this location is, where the house is in the neighborhood. It's not I think it's detrimental to the neighbors, the general welfare, not to mention the traffic. We mention traffic all the time, that's why I said it. Not to mention the noise and the odor from 7 dogs, and whatever else might be there in the home. I just don't think that I'm not convinced that the property is equipped well enough to handle 7 dogs. And it's evident from encounters with law enforcement that that has been the case. So that's why I am inclined to deny this.
I haven't lived as long as Steve has, but I've been given more second chances than that. A lot of times on these CUPs, it's almost better to have them than not, because then we have some leverage. And there's motivation for her to follow the rules when we have the conditional use permit. I don't know if I have many thoughts beyond that, but
I've got a question. So if we were to issue a CUP in this situation, and let's just say somebody from Boise called and made a complaint. They know her, they don't like her for whatever reason. They're not a direct neighbor. Is that a valid complaint?
I'm hoping we can look up that language in code. I'll do that in just a second here. I think it relates to a neighbor within a certain distance, if I remember right. So let me take a look at that code. If there were 2 complaints from neighbors, if you issue the CUP and the CUP is to be revoked, I think it has to be 2 neighbors within a certain distance that complain. So if you got that?
Commissioner, if I may, or Chairman, I believe the language is in 102512 on revocation. It says, any citizen complaint or city citation related to noncompliance with the conditions of the CUP shall be investigated by city staff. Again, I don't see any other, as I'm scanning through it, it appears that it's going to be just for citizen complaints or city citation. And, our understanding is a lot of these are complaint-driven, and so they kind of come case-by-case analysis. And so if it's somebody who's totally remotely, from the situation, that's going to be a case-by-case analysis, so.
The planning department has to substantiate it, act on it, right?
I believe so, yes. It's here investigated by city staff, and it's in Title 10 of your code.
Rodney has to do it himself. But I would imagine that the intent of the word citizen in there is a citizen of this jurisdiction.
Yeah, that's the only
not
reasonable
Boise. Yeah,
interpretation I
okay.
read into it, yeah.
Yeah, and the only last thing I would add to that is just that, we were just looking at the code, it also says, found to be credible. So, yeah, I would have to go out, visit the site, see if it's credible, what the complaint is about. And it's up a little bit of notch, as you stated here, a notch up for those who can make that complaint against a CUP versus just an average code compliance issue anybody could call in, right? They could be in Boise and call that in. But for a CUP to be revoked, it has to come from citizens.
Rodney, along that same line, the police department, they're citizens of Nampa. Would that count as a citizen, or would that count as their official duty, or?
There's a citation.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, there's also discretion given to us if there is an agency complaint or concern from the animal control or whatever, we can go out and visit and make that determination. I typically don't do that unless I get a notice from somebody. Like I wouldn't just go out and visit a CUP issued location unless we had the 2 complaints from neighbors or I had a staff member of the city notifying me there's a problem, and then I would go out and visit.
Is it possible to put time restrictions on a CUP?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, yes, we have done that in the past, and we've said you can have this for a certain amount of time, and by this date you have to do these things. We've done that, put conditions, but again, it's the Nolan-Dolan nexus and proportionality rule. You just need to be, it has to relate directly to what's being requested.
But you can't, excuse me, you can't make a condition. I know what I'm trying to say, but I can't say it. One of the conditions that you say, your time limit is, like he's talking about, you can't say, well, by January 25th, you have to have no compliance issues. Every time you have a compliance issue, that's another citation. I mean, you don't give them.
I think he's saying.
She's trying to move. And so.
But she.
If we put a time condition on that and say, okay, your conditional use permit.
How long are you gonna give her to move?
Well, I think that's the whole point of the conversation is it 6 months, is it a year? And then if that time runs out, then she would have to come back before us and ask.
What's to keep her from trying for a year and have 5 complaints and then come back next week and do 2 more complaints and come back 5 more complaints?
Making assumptions.
Yeah, and if there are complaints there, that gives grounds for
You guys go ahead.
revocation of
I don't care.
of the permit, correct?
Yeah, it'd be
I do
subject to
care, you're right.
investigation.
I care for her neighbors and I care for the city itself. We have laws, we have regulations, we should comply with them. If the police department goes out there as many times as it has, that's sufficient for me.
I guess if that's still out there, police will investigate for kind of code compliance, maybe criminal liability, whereas here, this is a land use investigation. So Rodney's and his team would conduct their own investigation on that. And so there would be a different investigation when it comes to the CUP. Think of that as its own little box of rules that's governed and administered and enforced by a planning and zoning department. PD, they still can do as they need per calls. There's nothing that stops them from that. And the conditions you put on here, I mean, it's implied in the name, it's a conditional use permit. Put the conditions on that would meet the criteria of our code that's up on your screen in the box. And it can be a time, and it doesn't have to be to the property, right? It can be for time and limited to the occupant owner, as long as they're there for a certain period of time.
I understand concerns about priors. I've also had many second chances in my life too, so. I don't know. I think, like I've said before, issue, you have more control. I don't know, to a point.
You're doing just a good job.
You've been on point.
Well, if there's no more discussions or anything, I'll make a motion to approve the permit as stated on the screen with the conditions for my, reasons being a time limit on the permit. With a time limit of 1 year. To the occupant only, not to the property.
But what I'm hearing you say is to the earlier of occupant no longer owning the property or 1 year, whatever comes earlier.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I believe we still need some reasoning too, because how does it meet the criteria? I think we just need a little more clarity there.
If you want to add some analysis or reasons based off those two in the box, that'd be needed here.
I know there's a motion on the table. Can we discuss? Or
Yeah.
do you
No,
want
we
to Get a
can
second
absolutely-
first.
We can absolutely discuss.
I'll hold it.
I don't know if the applicant would even be amenable to this, but I wonder if we could include, you know, she's already gotten rid of the chickens and the ponies, and I think that's a good thing. If we could just enshrine that in the conditions too, that would make feel better. That's kosher, right?
Yeah, if you want to have them amend the motion to include that, yeah. And yes, that would be permitted. It's not uncommon. We'll see, hey, by a certain time, you have to be in compliance and have certain changes happen, whether removed or added to your situation. If you fail to do that, then the whole thing crumbles, right? Then it's revoked. It's almost like an automatic revocation.
I might do 2 years. But those are only suggestions. You do it.
I'm looking at the top one, and it says that the design, construction, operation, maintenance of the property and project will not adversely impact the intended character and appearance in the general vicinity. They're not necessarily new animals. This has been like this. I don't see anybody here from the neighborhood complaining about it changing the neighborhood. And if it did adversely affect the neighborhood, I would expect someone from the neighborhood to be here saying so. So I don't live in that neighborhood, so I'm not gonna speak whether it does or not. And
Allows us to have these conditions that would.
Going to discuss this. I'm okay with adding some conditions if those are very specific time frame, very specific number of dogs and no other animals, and, it would be an automatic violation or revocation. That's what I would be amenable to. I want her to have her dogs, but I don't want her to have 27 chickens and 14 cows and all that other kind of stuff that are property either, because that definitely isn't the nature of where this location is. So if there are very specific conditions in the
This might be a lengthy motion then. So I'll make a motion to move to approve the conditional use permit based on 1025-482, the lack of neighborhood opposition. I will put the conditions on there of 1 year, either occupant or sells property with the condition of just the dogs, given the prior 7 dogs with, because of the past amount of other animals and other issues that have been with that.
Does that work, Preston?
I think so. Maybe one cleanup and clarification on the ownership piece. It could be, if you're, again, it'll be you to propose the amendment, not me, but, if ownership changes or occupant no longer, or ceases to, reside there. That way, if they move, sell, whatever, abandon it, it's gone, right? Or, and then the fallback over this is a hard 1-year backstop.
Can I ask a clarification? We said 7 dogs, specifically 7 dogs. But what about cats? There's certainly some apparently some cats there too. I don't know how many. There might be. Is that included in this motion, or
7,
just 7 dogs?
just to reiterate on the motion, it's for 7 dogs.
Because that's what we're talking about.
And these 7 dogs.
And these particular 7 dogs that have been listed and named in the staff report, that was.
Yeah, I think you've nailed it. The request today is not for anything but the dogs. So we have to address that.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion's good?
I think so.
We don't need to redo it?
Motion's good, the record's caught it, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Still need a second on it.
We have a second.
I would second, I'm a little nervous about the 1-year timeline. It seems optimistic. And do we want her to have to come back every year, pay the fee every year, come back and do this permit?
What do
Sounds
you-
like you,
so
I've
what do
already
you-
mentioned,
so
I've
what do
already
you
mentioned.
suggest, 2 years?
I mentioned 2 years, you stuck with 1 year. If you want to stick with 1 year, it's fine, but that would be my suggestion.
Then we'll go 18 months. How's that?
It gives her, I mean, she wants to be out in a year.
Yes.
Years have been done.
Correct.
And I just don't want to burden her or the planning staff with having to come back more than is necessary.
Mr. Chair, so is the
Are
motion
you amending
amended?
it?
Motion's amended,
And for the second,
and I'll just go with Commissioner Morgan for 2 years.
We have a second?
Second. I better
Okay.
second it now.
It has been moved by Commissioner Fien, second by Commissioner Morgan to approve this item.
Yeah, can you restate the motion? Just so that I'm clear, I think things have changed a little bit. Mr. Chair, if you could you read it? Yeah, what do you got
Yeah.
over there?
Clerk can read it.
I'm pretty sure that I have it, but.
I think I've got it.
Okay.
I'm looking at the clerk.
I have been
Christie's got it right there in her notes.
writing
Please,
fiercely. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. For approval, because of 4A2, The property has been in this condition for some time. There are no neighbors in attendance to testify that it adversely impacts the character and appearance of the general vicinity. With the conditions of approval, that there is a time limit of 2 years for the occupant only, or as long as the occupant, or until the occupant no longer resides at the property, for just these 7 dogs and not the other animals due to the previous citations that were listed by animal control.
So it's 2 years or before she moves, whichever comes first.
Yep.
Yeah.
2 years or she no longer resides at the property, whichever comes first.
That is my motion.
I still second it.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Garner, absent. Miller,
Aye.
Daffer, absent. Turner,
Nay.
Kehoe,
No.
Morgan,
Yes.
Kirkman,
No.
Copeland, absent. Fiend,
Yes.
we're at 3-3. Motion failed.
But one that'll pass then.
It's not gonna. We're back in the same situation. I will make a motion that we deny the conditional use permit for a non-commercial kennel license for 7 dogs in an RS6 single-family residential zoning district. The reason is because this fails to comply with 4.1025, 4.8.2. I know that there's nobody here that has been here to testify in opposition, but there's plenty of police reports that have specifically said this is not conducive to this environment, to this neighborhood. And there's been noise complaints there's been written documentation from animal control about the concerns of what the property, the state of the property and how the dogs are taken care of. And so that's why I think that in the big picture that this fails to comply. And that's why I make this motion to deny.
Second it.
It's been moved by Kirkman, seconded by Turner to deny. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Garner, absent. Miller,
No.
Daffer, absent. Turner,
Aye.
Kehoe,
Aye.
Morgan,
No.
Kirkman,
Aye.
and Fiend.
No.
And Copeland, absent.
You know.
3-3, motion fails.
What people need to show up for these hearings?
No.
I mean, to those voting to deny, are there any conditions that would get you to vote for approval?
Nope.
I'm not gonna say there's not, because I always think that there is. We just need to find those. And I apologize that this is running late, but I think it's very important. I think it's important to the applicant to keep these dogs. My concern is, especially when animal control has been out there and it's documented of the state of the property that's in, and the dogs and the safety and animal cruelty and all that, and I know that's still running through the court, but that's documented here, and so that's why I bring it up. I'm not saying that this is something that I'm thinking about, and so I'm wondering, I'm okay with the time limit. I think 2 years is too much, is too long. I think there should be, I think if there were some spot check-ins,
Already on their radar. I mean,
that's true. That's
Whether
true.
they're already checking on it.
If it were a year.
Yeah, I
That-
think, and I think that
does that
it
put
just kind of,
a
it just
little
kind of pulls it,
pressure to
yeah.
kind of-
Well, I don't want to
Not pressure, but does it make it that it's immediate?
Yeah, that things are kept clean, knowing that there's a time frame, and if she has to come back and get an extension on the CUP, then that's the process that everyone has, and everyone is afforded to. So,
Well, I guess at that point, if it hadn't been revoked, would there be a reason for us not to
No.
grant a second?
no, if it hasn't been revoked, or if everything is going the way it should be going, and there's no violation, and it's held to that, and at 1 year. So I think there is definitely room for compromise, absolutely, and the 2 years was kind of the thing that
That's too long for
yeah, I think so. That was really the only thing that kind of,
you. So is it 1 year or 18 months? I'm serious, what,
well, I think 18 months is fine, because you're right, if she's looking to move, if
Where
the
there's a
applicant's
will,
looking to
there's,
move,
where
it's
there's
gonna
a
be a
will,
challenge
there's a
getting
way.
out of here. It's gonna be a challenge moving and finding a place, and I totally get that. So I'm good with 18 months. I just don't want this to drag out. There's always the option, though, since this is a CUP, for someone in the neighborhood who does find
Absolutely.
a violation to make a complaint. And so that option is always there. So I think 18 months, for me personally, I think 18 months is better than 2 years, and not necessarily as quick as 1 year.
Maybe people in the neighborhood haven't complained because they think it's being taken care of.
Well, that's for them to decide at that point. That's of no concern for me right now. They got a complaint, there's a
Your
process they can
motion,
follow.
redo your motion from the first one, cut it down to 18 months.
I just want you to have the practice.
Thanks. Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the previous motion with the amendment of 18 months reduced from the 2 years.
second?
Been moved by Commissioner Fien, second by Morgan, to approve the item with the amendment to the original. Madam Clerk, can you roll call?
Garner, absent. Miller?
Aye.
Daffer, absent. Turner?
Nay.
Kehoe?
No.
Morgan?
Yes.
Kirkman?
Yes.
Copeland, absent. Fien?
Yes.
4-2, the motion carries.
Okay. This CUP will become effective 15 calendar days from the date the written decision and reason statement is provided to the applicant, unless an appeal has been filed with the Planning and Zoning Department with the appropriate fee. No action should be taken on this CUP until the appeal period has concluded. The applicant must confirm with the Planning and Zoning staff that there have been no appeals. Thank you. Okay, we will move into item 3-4.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
it's late, should we just push this to the next meeting? I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding.
I was gonna vote on that.
Annexation and zoning to RS4, RMH, and BC zoning districts in a master plan community with a potential development agreement for Lone Star, addressed as 00 Smith Avenue, 00 Lone Star Road, for Lone Star 110 LLC, Challenger Development Incorporated, representing Lone Star 110 and Corey Barton. The applicant here, please.
Good evening. Stephanie Hopkins. I'm with KM Engineering. Our address is 5725 North Discovery Way in Boise. I'm very excited to be here this evening to just talk about Lone Star with you. This has been a really interesting agenda. I've been the whole wide variety of topics. So we're thrilled to be representing multiple property owners and developers on this property. We're requesting annexation to the city of Nampa with 3 different zoning districts. We're including a master plan community request for Lone Star Plan Community with a potential development agreement as well. We've met with the city to understand requirements. We've held a neighborhood meeting in March. There are 3 attendees and have researched the Southwest Nampa specific area plan in depth in designing what we're going to be showing you this evening. We're requesting a positive recommendation on the master plan community and the annexation and zoning. Our team is very excited to support the city's vision in this area. As I was listening to all of the hearings on the Southwest Nampa specific area plan, staff did a really great job explaining the intent behind the specific area plan. And at one point, they said specific area plans allow for the city to be proactive and plan/prepare for growth while giving the community and landowners certainty on what to expect in the future. And I think Lone Star perfectly personifies that objective the city had with the specific area plan in this area. So this is where the property is located. It's approximately 149 acres. There are several parcels in unincorporated Cannon County. It's located near the southeast corner of Smith Avenue and Midway Road in southwest Nampa. It's right across the street from Midway Park and near existing zoned properties. There's RS7, RS6, RS8.5, RS22, and BC districts in the nearby area. If approved for annexation, this would be the first master plan community within the Southwest Nampa specific area plan. So it's a really great opportunity to have a large assemblage of property brought in as the first development within the specific area plan. It's opportunely placed near transportation corridors. It's near existing services, Midway Park, as I mentioned, and is in a beautiful part of Nampa, as you're all aware. Our annexation and zoning request is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's in alignment with the specific area plan and the future land use map. The proposed uses will be designed to be compatible with this existing development. Right now, we just have a conceptual plan that shows you a rough road network that I'll show you in a little bit with some land uses and zonings. We don't have a preliminary plat or anything showing layout at this point, but we will eventually if this annexation is approved. And a rezone to the BC, the Community Business District, RS4 and RMH is consistent with the specific area plan. We're requesting about 30 acres in the Community Business District, 90.65 in the RS4 for the single family that's shown in yellow on the map in front of you. And the RMH district, which is shown in the brown, is 28.66 acres. Overall, the property is 149 acres, and we've developed this specifically to comply with the requirements of the specific area plan. So that shows the 50%, it's 5 to 50% multifamily, with the rest is commercial in that area. So the Southwest Nampa plan was carefully developed, as you're all aware, reviewed and revised over the last couple of years. There were a lot of meetings about it, and City Council approved it last year. The plan specifically places low density, so 1 dwelling unit per acre and 1 to 2.5 dwelling units per acre, shown in light yellow here, and the 1 unit per acre is, 1 unit per acre is in light green, shown on the map here, adjacent to Lake Lowell and the Wildlife Refuge. That was placed there specifically to preserve those areas in relation to the feedback that was received as part of the specific area plan. The plan places higher density with a mix of uses near existing city infrastructure, including water, sewer, PI, and community amenities such as Midway Park, and services such as the future Nampa School District sites that are shown on this site, right where Lone Star is proposed. So within the area that we are proposing development in, it's programmed to see 5 to 8 units per acre and 8 to 12 units per acre. Within the community mixed use area, we're including the RMH district to fulfill the requirement for the 5 to 50% multifamily. And then we're requesting a density increase of up to 20% within that area so that we can build more density into what is programmed to be more high density housing to keep some of our single family less dense and to really support the commercial uses that are proposed. Within the medium density residential area, which is on the periphery shown in the highlight here, we're proposing RS4, which has a density range of 5 to 8 units per acre. This is one of the exhibits from the specific area plan that shows the mix of uses that's anticipated with this area. So as you can see along Midway Road, this is the Lone Star project outline in red. Along Midway Road, there is commercial, and then along a portion of Lone Star, there's commercial as well, and then it transitions in density. So there's some higher density residential right up against the commercial, and it transitions to more of a single family, lower in density product, which is consistent with this diagram as well. As you can see, the city wants to see some mix of uses along major transportation corridors in proximity to Midway Park and future school district, potentially developed but owned properties. And that is consistent with the concept plan that we've submitted. So this is the concept plan that's in your packet. We're showing the BC district in the pink color, and that's right up against Midway Road and on both sides of Lone Star Road. And then we have a multifamily shown right in between the commercial and the single family to provide a nice transition. Within the multifamily area, we're proposing 75% apartments or multifamily living, and then the other 25% will be a townhome product. So the idea would be to transition in density from a more intense use on the commercial side to kind of a higher density multifamily, and then transition to the single family homes as you go further east. At this point, we're showing some connectivity that will occur as the phases come in. So right now, we're showing, internal roadway network that could occur with every preliminary plat or final plat that comes in. We do have a collector shown on our far east boundary as well that would extend down to Lone Star eventually. And because this property does connect on both sides of Lone Star, improvements, the whole Lone Star section that's shown on both sides of our property would be improved, as well as improvements along Midway Road and Smith Avenue on the north side. So those improvements would be made as each final plat come in, if this annexation was approved. And then there is going to be a pathway along the canal that's in the northeast corner of the site in alignment with the pathways plan the city has. So the single-family residential area is about 90 acres. The density in the plan is 5 to 8 units per acre. We don't have a specific number of lots, but we would comply with that. Multifamily is designed here. These are some amenities and some open space areas that we would plan on including there. And as I mentioned, we're requesting a 20% bonus on density there. Commercial is about 30 acres, and that's compliant with the specific area plan. I'm running out of time, so I'm trying to go quick, but I'm happy to answer questions. These are some open space highlights. We included some design guidelines with our application to include consistent and compatible design for all of the commercial, single-family, and multifamily components of the project. And then there will be a list of project benefits, but I think the most important thing is the opportunity to partner with the developer on the first large-scale development in this area. It's not often that this much property comes in at one time, and you can really have a comprehensive look and try to set forth a foundation for what the city envisions for growth in an area that has not a lot of growth. I think I heard loud and clear from all of the hearings that the city really wants to see commercial in this area, and that's something that this project is really excited to bring. Timing will be probably 10 to 15 years, so it's going to be an incremental process. It's not going to be overnight. But we're all very excited, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Questions? Not right now? Okay. We'll call you back up.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Ashby.
Go ahead. Thank you. Jim Carr?
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Rodney
Did
gets
I?
to go first.
Not yet.
Sorry about that.
You're good.
She's wanting to go home too.
It's getting late.
Yeah, I'm getting tired myself. Okay, so you've seen where this is located, near Midway Park. We'll kind of move through some of these slides pretty quickly. The applicants presented their proposal, so I'll skip that there. I can't see very well, so let me look at this. So the Lone Star Master Plan Community is in the Nampa Comprehensive Planning area and within the Southwest Nampa Specific Area Plan. You saw the applicant's justification for how they met the specific area plan standards. And I looked at those standards as well and found that it was really consistent with the specific area plan. That plan isn't perfect, right? We took a moment of time, and there was, at that time, they were considering some schools being placed there. The levy didn't pass. So some of that is going to be different, but overall, the principles of the plan were followed, and the land uses that were under those parcels are still applicable here. The location and size, Lone Star Master Plan Community is in the
Nampa Planning Area, east of Midway Road and between Smith Avenue and Lone Star Road, with a smaller portion south of Lone Star Road, all consisting of 5 parcels and right-of-way totaling 149.31 acres. The current land uses, you've already seen some of those. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the specific area plan map. They've already shown that, closer view of that. You can see the designations here. To the south is a large lot, single-family homes, Canyon County, farm fields in Canyon County, as well as the RS, I think that says 8.5 designation for a subdivision. And then that's the Sonata Point subdivisions that have been partially developed out. It came in as Coronado Point and only partially developed, but are under consideration still for development. Again, to the north, you can see the county subdivisions up there and some ag land. And then to the east, of course, is the ones that I've talked about, but also a church and some farm fields in Canyon County ag. So I wanted to use this to just highlight some of the approvals that we've had over the last year. You can see 3 different residential subdivisions and then 1 commercial subdivision out in that area. So those blue boxes are those that have been approved in the past year. And then on the right-hand side is their proposal for how they're zoning this. If you go back basically another year, you've got 29 single-family homes, Sunnyvale North, Sunnyvale number 6, and that is just south of Karcher Road. And then Wagers Dairy, which is 43 single-family homes and approximately 3/4 of a mile north of Karcher Road. So in total, I think there was like 31 units of everything that's been approved in the last couple of years for this area. Utilities, you can see those there. You saw that in the packet. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but one last thing is just the last comment there. City utility systems have adequate capacity to serve this property, and the project will be required to construct utilities to and through the property, as all are. Okay, so I wanted to highlight this one because in our master plan community language, in our comprehensive plan, and in the specific area plan, they highlight the need to create some connectivity within a master plan community. So you can see that on the right, how they're proposing to do that. They've got a proposed east-west route and a north-south route with, on the far east is a collector roadway, unnamed, but that is a potential there. And I have some recommendations on that in the conditions. I'll talk about that. But again, you can see all those different connections and the different amenities that they're providing. Okay, so annexation application criteria. We just analyze this when it comes in to make sure that it meets the state code. Again, you have lots of flexibility since this is a legislative action to approve or deny an annexation. But zoning takes a little more work. You have to meet these criteria. And this is what you would use if you wanted to annex and approve the zoning. You would use these criteria, and they have to be met in order to approve this project tonight. So correspondence we've received. So Nampa Engineering Division, I've asked Daniel to speak about this, and then I'll jump back up.
So Rodney asked me to speak a little bit about our comments and more specifically regarding the traffic analysis. So our codes require traffic impact studies to be completed at the time of a preliminary plat or a building permit that meets certain criterias. They do not require that at the time of a master plan community, mainly because a master plan community without a preliminary plat is more of the bubble diagram that we've been looking at. It doesn't have the specific lot counts. It doesn't have the level of information that would be typically needed to complete a full traffic impact study. They have had their traffic engineer put together a tech memo on the traffic for that. We received that middle of last week. I've done a cursory review of it. It scopes out the required things that will be studied when they do come forward with a preliminary plat, as well as looking at some general stuff for that. We will have a more complete analysis of that when we make it to City Council, but the general look that I've done at this point, it does appear to meet the same intent that we've used when we've looked at other master plan communities to provide that general guidance of how we will look at the traffic when they do come forward with preliminary plats. And so if there are any questions on that, I'll be happy to answer that.
Thank you, Daniel. Nampa Fire District, I think the bolded section kind of speaks for itself. Approximate response time is 4 minutes, well under what their goal is. And then Parks they did respond. It does comply. I mean, they are going to have to comply with the parks requirements for the pathway, as you've already heard. But we wanted a little more detail from them because of the proximity of Midway Park. And so I've asked Mark Stoyer, our Senior Director of Development Services, to speak about his interaction with the Parks Department.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioner. So I want to provide some more details on a connection with the Nampa facility, with the Parks facility, and that is Midway Park. As you can see on the map before you, kind of along Midway right there, that northwest corner is catty corner to the southeast corner of Midway Park. You might remember that this property was purchased by the city within the unincorporated area, but has not been able to be annexed by the city because there's no contiguous pathway. If this development was approved, there would be a pathway because of that catty corner right there that connects to Midway Park, and the city would be able to annex that to within the city limits. Some of the benefits in doing that are that to this point, any improvements at Midway Park have been under the county permitting process. And so, for example, the Parks Department wanted to put in some parking lot lighting and maybe some various ball field lighting also as well, but county requirements disallowed us from doing that. If it was under the city permit process, they would be able to put in that lighting to increase safety in the parking lot and also for people to utilize those ball fields during nighttime hours. Another benefit to being under the city process, you might know that on Midway there is a concrete barrier there, so that prevents left-hand turns into the park and left-hand turns out. The city would not require that barrier to be there, so ingress and egress would be enhanced there at that location. Another benefit, as Rodney explained, water and sewer would be extended down Midway, and that would also provide a connection for the park to connect their sewer and water to that system also as well. Currently, the park utilizes an under-capacity septic system, so they're pumping that every 3 to 4 months, and they get their water from a temporary lease of a water well that's on the property. So that would be another benefit if this development was approved. Lastly, police department would be able to respond to calls for enforcement at the park. Right now it's under the county, and this is kind of vague on exactly who can respond to calls there at that site. So Nampa would be able to provide that enforcement since it's within the city limits.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a quick question to Mark? Would that be automatically annexed in as soon as it touches
Chair and
Or would you have to
Commissioner.
go through that annexation process?
Yes, we'd have to go through the annexation process for the park specifically. It's not part of this.
So it's not, it wasn't, hasn't been future annexed?
No.
Okay.
All right, so then if we move into our public comments, again, just a reminder, we did receive some additional comments that were provided to you that didn't make the staff packet, but these were the ones that did. So Maria Lyman, opposed to apartments due to existing traffic in the area. Jamie Vander, I'm sorry, I'm gonna move my screen so I can see what I'm looking at. There we go. Jamie Vandershoff, I'm sorry about that, was a resident nearby, was opposed due to the following concerns. The density is too high, it will provide large-scale commercial that is not justified by the market and will make existing commercial no longer viable. The development will be incompatible with existing large-acre rural residences, existing and added traffic due to cut-through trips to bypass Karcher Road. And then Tony Engel, I hope that's right, opposed because of the high number of units impacting quality of life, traffic, utilities, noise, and cost of services. Again, their specific language that they wrote is in your packet. This is just a real quick summary. Tasha Sweeney, opposed because of the existing traffic congestion and concerns infrastructure is not in place to handle more growth. Shannon Jones was another resident nearby, opposed for loss of rural lifestyle, traffic congestion and lack of capacity on roadways, loss of farmland, dwindling water supply, belief that residents are overtaxed and developers pay nothing, assumption of elected and appointed officials' greed. Cheryl Higley, opposed due to traffic congestion, claimed that existing and future traffic concerns weren't considered, and all the approvals of developments along Karcher Road weren't considered. Density seems too high for the area, and it will provide large-scale commercial that is not justified by the market, and then loss of rural character of the area. And then just other general concerns from comments that I received: the need to preserve farmland, the desire to maintain a rural feel with large lot, single-family residential, belief that the adopted plans don't address the desires of those who live nearby, and then belief that utilities can't support the new development. Again, we did receive late comments that were uploaded to the project record for your review. And then staff analysis. So so much of what comments seem to imply or have concerns about are because there's not the detail yet that we would get at a preliminary plat level. So I just want to emphasize that. This proposal that they gave you, this one here, show several qualified open space amenities, but those aren't going to be really all of the amenities or all of the open space analysis until we get to the plat stage. So I just want to make sure that's clear. In the northwest area, they show open grassy areas, trees, bike-friendly trails, and kids' play zone. The northeast area shows open grassy areas, tree, pedestrian paths, and activity play, a sports court. And then southeast area shows open grassy areas, trees, an interactive play area for kids and sports courts, 2 pickleball courts, and a basketball court. And then they don't show anything for multifamily, but that is a requirement that they will need to address when they go and develop that. Again, that's the conceptual site plan. A traffic impact study. The last thing, just the note at the bottom there is my thoughts here. traffic impact studies evaluate the existing traffic as well as the estimated traffic based on all jurisdictional land use approvals. Traffic mitigation and fees are assessed to address the impact of the new development on the system to maintain a council-adopted level of service. So again, traffic impact studies are not necessarily an opportunity for you to say, or for any elected official or appointed official to say, we don't agree with the engineering that was done to produce this traffic impact study. Really, that's in the way that a traffic impact study is set up from the very start. So if you don't agree with the traffic impact study, that's different than what's the results of that traffic impact study are saying. So at some point, we have to say, well, it may feel really difficult to put additional traffic onto these roadways, but at some point, we have to step back and say, can we trust the engineering that's done to produce these traffic impact studies? And I know that's challenging, but that's kind of the situation we're in. We go through those processes and have a result that comes back to you for your consideration, but they will be applied regardless of whether you analyze these or not. These conditions will be applied to any project. Okay, so criteria for evaluating a community, a master plan community. These are all of them. It's pretty extensive. You want to look in more detail than just a typical subdivision. You want to see how it feels in a larger scale. Is it connected? Is it providing the appropriate landscaping, a theme or character? Is it providing a mix of land uses? So I think you can look at that yourself, but those were all the things that I found in code. Again, this is in code. Sorry, that was in our comprehensive plan, and this is in code, and very similar. Up to 30% of the area may be zoned a district not permitted by the future land use map. In addition, they've already talked about this. They are requesting a 20% increase in density, and that requires approval from City Council, and you can recommend that or recommend denial of that. At least 15% of qualified open space is required. That's pretty standard for any commercial or any development. And then it has to be greater than 50% commercial in the CMU designation on the comp plan, future land use map, and at least 5% as high-density residential or light industrial. The applicant is requesting an increased density from the limit of 12 dwelling units per acre placed on the CMU area or the community mixed use area in the Southwest Nampa specific area plan. So the comprehensive plan says CMU, and that doesn't have a density max, but the Southwest Nampa specific area plan limits that density and provides a max. So that's what they're asking for, is an extension of 20% above what the specific area plan requires, or max, the max limit of the density. Staff analysis. So here's some city boundaries. You can't see it maybe all that well, but Caldwell's all in gray, and ours is just the colored areas. And I wanted to point out some specific destinations in this area. Midway Park, of course, no specific order here. Commercial, a lot of people travel to this commercial area and to get onto I-84. You've got Lake Lowell that people are traveling to. This is the site of the new LDS temple. So that's kind of out in this area. And then if
My point here is that if the priority goal is to preserve farmland in an area, then a no-growth approach could accomplish that goal for a while, unless other communities in the county approve development in the area. So if that's the goal, to preserve farmland, you take a no-growth policy. Approving large lot, single-family residential consumes more farmland per unit than a mixed density does. So this approach does not preserve farmland. There was a little bit of inconsistency in some of the comments that I read, just saying, hey, we want to preserve farmland. We should approve densities of lower than 3 units per acre. Well, those do two opposite things. And here's the Caldwell zoning. I put on the right here, a brief analysis of their zoning code found that the RS7 zone, which appears to be what we're butting up against here in this area, is similar to our RS7, or excuse me, their R1 is similar to our RS7. However, they allow duplexes and townhouses in the RS7 zone, which we don't. So the last part of this is if the priority goal is to maintain a rural feel, then a city should plan for density transitioning and consider the market demand and need for each type of development. I've drawn some circles around these just to try to give you that feel. So you start out with pretty dense commercial and higher density residential. As you move away, you get to 5 to 8 dwelling units per acre, and then beyond that, it's potentially 2.5 to 5 dwelling units per acre. And then you get beyond that, and you're going to 1 to 2.5 dwelling units per acre. And then beyond that is even 1 or less dwelling units per acre. And that is what the specific area plan tried to do, is trying to make a transition as we move away from these core centers of commercial development, try to transition away from those so that we're not negatively impacting all new development in the future and creating incompatibility. We also require that when you're up against a residential development, a subdivision, that you have buffering to that subdivision. So the lot sizes on the edges have to be larger. So that's another way that we try to buffer these developments, the new development and the existing larger lot subdivisions. Here are the proposed conditions. These are all right from the staff communications from engineering. And then I added this one, property owners shall enter into a development agreement with the city of Nampa and to ensure compliance with the proposed major roadway alignments, major roadway roadways being lined with significant landscaping and trees, the depiction of the type of amenities that they showed on their landscape plan, the depiction of pathways, that was critical in the master plan community requirements, and that the owner applicant provide any multifamily or commercial design standard as amenities that exceed the requirements in city code for review by council as part of the development agreement approval. If there's anything beyond what they are, just following city code, then we need to address those in here. And the reason I say that is because the master plan community in the comp plan and in the code calls for higher design standards. So we're just trying to see how does that play out with this project. And then a phasing plan, if there is one, and then the BC zoned property shall not be developed as residential. We have that ability to get a CUP in a BC zone, and so we're saying because it's in community mixed use and at least 50% have to be commercial, we don't want that to be an option for them to go to a CUP for multifamily. Here are the findings.
And conclusion is the proposed rezone is in harmony with the city's comprehensive plan because the development is located on the future land use map designation of MDR and CMU. And the development also provides essential housing options as described in the plan. The proposed zoning districts comply with the designation shown on the future land use map with the allowance of variations through a master plan community as noted in the legend on the map. This is the second one. The proposed land uses are in harmony with the surrounding properties because of conformance with the comp plan map and text. The comp plan is the city's established policy for creating compatibility. The existing land uses are agriculture, residential, and church in the immediate area. These are common neighbors and growing communities. Though the proposed land use doesn't match exactly the existing land uses, the fact that there is compatibility built into future plans for the area and the fact that these land uses are frequently neighbors in a growing community, the result is that the proposal is found to be compatible.
Also education land in there, isn't there?
Yeah, that's correct. And again, those properties are still owned by the school district, but they don't have the money to develop them. I can't speak to when that would happen. I just know that at some point in the future, as this area develops out, there's gonna be that need. And then the last one is the proposed amendment is or would be in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary because the proposed project is in line with the city's comp plan, which outlines the public interest for future development that provides a diversity of housing options and commercial services that are needed for community to function. That was a run-on sentence. And there is a couple of motions for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Rodney, when I was looking at the staff report yesterday, I noticed how close this application is to Midway Park. And Midway Park has got lots of open space. Can a developer say, hey, since I'm right next door to this, can I do this instead of open space, or can they trade or bargain with you on that?
So a lot of times what we encourage people to do is to contribute land so that, you don't have to necessarily have it in your subdivision, but if you dedicated property to the city to expand a park or something, then that's possible. But just having a park nearby, you don't have the ability to count that as your.
What can they get, though? What can they trade for?
They can't, they would have to dedicate land for city park.
But they get nothing in return for that?
They would count that towards their qualified open space.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Maybe we could get them to build a high school out there on that.
Yeah.
property.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Rodney. Have a sign-up sheet.
Calling Jim R. Carr.
You figured it's about time.
Wake up.
Yeah.
Almost.
Close.
My name is Jim R. Carr, and I live at 14701 Woosley Drive, which is off of Smith, which this proposal is just across the road from us. I do oppose the proposal, pretty much what everybody wrote in for. But my main concern, and you represent Corey Barton, is that correct? And other. Okay, but Corey Barton's one that has this.
You gotta.
Sir, please direct your comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just got to straighten something up. Yeah. So this piece of ground has a ditch running right through it. It goes from Lone Star north to Smith. That ditch is an irrigation ditch that provides our irrigation water into our subdivision, which the last 2 years we've had issues with trying to get water through that because the farmer has always in the past has kept that ditch clean. This year that hasn't happened. My question, I don't know if I can direct it to you or to them.
Please do.
If this development goes through, are they going to tile that ditch for us so we can still get our irrigation water? they can't fill it in, can they?
No.
Okay.
100% no.
So you're 100% going to say to me that that will be tiled?
They, as far as I understand, they just have to make sure that you are able to get your water.
Okay,
They
One way or
can't take
another.
your water away.
okay,
So,
because it runs about.
How it
3/4.
looks could be 100 different ways, but they have.
Oh, I don't care how
You
it
have to
looks, as
maintain,
long
they
as-
have to maintain your ability to get your water.
The way it runs now, it comes to Smith, goes underneath the road, then it goes underneath the Phyllis Canal, and then comes up into our ditch that feeds our subdivision. So that was my main concern, is about the irrigation ditch. But we're okay with, they won't fill it in.
We can ask them what they're intending to do.
Yeah,
but
we can
one way or
definitely
the
ask.
other, they have to preserve it.
Okay, that was my main concern, so, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Stephen Reed.
Evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I reside at, I guess I should say my name, shouldn't I? Stephen Reed. I was called, so I responded. I live at 14328 Red River Avenue in Nampa. I'm one of the people just to the west of this project. I confess to you that I wish I'd been able to memorize this 65-page staff report, which I did my best to learn, but I didn't. But I do have some questions. I want to join with the numerous written comments that you received about the density proposals. My math is way in the rear view mirror tonight, but if I calculate correctly, the allocation of 5 to 8 houses per acre that the developer proposed earlier this evening, those are lots that are somewhere between 5,500 and about 8,600 square feet. Those are tiny lots. Those are the same size lots, at least to my eye, as in old Nampa. They are, you heard testimony and talked about quite a bit earlier this evening with regard to Southside about front yards of the duplexes that we're going to have four-foot backyards and roughly equal front yards. Well, that's what you're going to get with 5 to 8 buildings per acre, unless the houses are going to be just tiny houses, in which case they probably would have larger yards, but they're going to be considerably less desirable for the whole neighborhood. The people that commented on density, I think, were worried about the fact that we were going to end up with a very compact bunch of houses in this area. And that's probably borne out by the proposal for all the green area that is shown on their maps. We also have no information whatsoever what density is going to be in multifamily. We're told that some will be condominiums or owner property, or they're going to be rental. Well, how many? How tall? We don't have any of that information. Once again, that's the density that the people that wrote into you and that I have concern about. And then, honestly, the commercial area is to me, a big red flag. First of all, I don't think we need it. I live in the area. I certainly don't find myself worrying about or missing out on a place to shop or supplies. Now I see that the clock has exhausted my time, so I'll quit. But I'll just tell you that the opening paragraph of this report says that tonight you are going to approve an application for annexation and zoning. Good, that's terrific. For a master plan community with a development agreement. I didn't find a development agreement in here. Now, I'll grant you, I read it awfully fast. And if it's in there, it's hidden. I didn't see it. Maybe Mr. Ashby can tell me where I can find it. But at least as of this moment, I don't know where it is. And I would urge you not to approve tonight a proposal that obligates you to an open-ended development agreement. Thank you for paying attention to me.
Thank you, sir.
Bob Williams.
My name is Bob Williams. I live at 12220 Apple Rose Way in Nampa. I bought a house just a couple of months ago, just north of the park. And now I find that Midway, which my house borders on, is going to have a whole ton more traffic. Now, it's obvious that this is a foregone conclusion, and we're not going to be able to stop it or slow it down. But one of the things I've noticed since living here in Nampa is that, you know, driving up Middleton, Midland, the developments there that have gone in get all these nice, beautiful setbacks and vinyl fences and privacy and noise abatement and everything from all the traffic. But those of us that have existing houses get screwed. And Midway is going to take 75, 90% of the traffic from this development, which is going to have to turn that into a 4-lane road. So I'm going to lose property that I just purchased. The traffic is going to be closer to my bedroom window. And I plan on next spring putting in a living hedge to try to get rid of some of the traffic noise and create privacy from the existing Midway. Well, that's all going to get pulled out and cost me several $1,000s of lost landscaping. So I guess what I'm asking is what can be done for those of us that aren't in the development but are affected by the development?
Thank you for your question.
Lynn Hodges.
Lynn Hodges, 11455 Lone Star Road. I'm just south of the property that is in question. It's the old Lone Star School, former Hope House Children's Home. I've been there for 23 years, worked my fingers to the bone fixing that place up. It was a mess. I opposed this subdivision going in, and as I had a little bit of time tonight to play with numbers from things I've seen from the previous presentations and also from online resources, I wanted to share some numbers. So they're allowed 1,069 dwellings. They're asking for 20% more. That takes it to 1,282 dwellings. City of Nampa uses 2.76 people per dwelling. That's 3,538 people. From one of the slides, I gathered that police cost, and I did some math, that's going to cost the police department about $404,000. Hopefully I didn't do the math wrong. Sonata Point West, which is directly next to me, when they got their proposal turned in, they used 9.44 vehicle trips per day per dwelling. That equals 12,100 trips per day. And those roads out there will not handle 12,100. You would have to widen roads all the way out to every collector everywhere. So the density that they're proposing, very dense. A lot of apartments, a lot of townhomes, and RS4. They could have 4,000 square foot lots. And I don't see much mix there. It's all very high density. Let's pack as much in as we can. One note from one of the staff comments that they brought up was there was ballpark 140-some homes approved out there in the last couple of years. This development, one development, is over 10 times that size. So it is a massive, massive impact, not only to us that have been out there for a long time, but that entire area will be dwarfed with traffic, with people. And so I oppose this, and I would urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl Higley.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Cheryl Higley at 12441 South Abbott Downing Way here in Nampa. I want to express my strong opposition to the application for Lone Star Master Plan Community. No preliminary plat was provided, however, based on the density shown in the specific area plan, plus the 20% increase in density allowed, it could be over 1,100 dwelling units. Here are my reasons why commercial and residential development should be limited. First, just as the train poses an issue to southeast Nampa, this area has unique geographic factors and infrastructure challenges too. It is lake-locked on two sides, to the south and the west. Therefore, traffic has to go north and east to Highway 84, where most jobs, goods, and services are located. The traffic will funnel directly into one of the most problematic interchanges at Karcher, Caldwell Boulevard, and Highway 84. Even though the road is being widened, the traffic will never flow well, with 6 signals in the 1.5 miles from Middleton Road to Costco. It will remain a tangled knot of congestion. To avoid the congestion on Karcher, residents will seek alternate routes and head east all the way through Nampa to get to the freeway. I know because I do that now. This will cause increased traffic congestion throughout the city due to the insufficient road capacity of the 2-lane roads to handle the volume of vehicles. Second, regarding the anticipated residential growth, the proposed density seems way too high for this rural area. Apartments and tiny 4,000 square foot lots are incompatible with the adjacent rural residences and the nearby subdivisions. In addition, per the email from the engineering department, both Midway and Lone Star roads are classified as minor arterial, 2-lane rural roads. And last year, at the Area of Impact public hearing before the Board of County Commissioners, Crystal Craig testified that there are currently no road improvement projects planned for Midway Road. Code Section 10-12-1 regarding RMH states that it is intended to be situated near major commerce areas, campus locations, and major thoroughfare intersections, and around the downtown districts. This location is the exact opposite of that description, and to put an RMH zone here is a contradiction to our city's code, especially an RMH zone with the 20% bonus increase in density, which I believe will have the highest density of dwelling units per acre in the city. Rodney can correct me if I'm wrong there, but it's the highest I've heard of. Third, regarding the anticipated commercial growth, 30 acres of commercial does not seem conducive to this area. That's the size of the entire shopping center where Hobby Lobby is located, from Sportsman Warehouse to TJ Maxx, Burlington, out to Midland, down to Cracker Barrel. That's 31 acres there. This would be 30. Especially since 34 acres of commercial has already been approved in the nearby developments of Adara and the Charles at Karcher, which are within 1.5 miles and have already broken ground. The truth is that if there was ever an area in Nampa that needs to be kept rural and very low density, this is it. Due to its unique geographic factors and infrastructure challenges, development should be limited. Please consider this before you make your decision, and please deny the have a recommendation of denial. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have received no further requests to speak under public testimony.
Good evening. My name's Ted Jones. I live at 11855, excuse me, West Mateo Drive in Nampa. Formerly, I lived in the Arbor Landing subdivision, which is just to the west of Midway Park, right off of Smith. There was 16 parcels, 1 acre. Everybody in our entire HOA was opposed to this because the density is just too aggressive, I think. And everybody in the neighborhood felt the same way. We were all in a rural area surrounded by farms. And now what you're proposing to take it, what you have plus another 20% just doesn't make any sense. The traffic as it is now is just, has been a fiasco. I lived there for 4 years and I just moved about a year ago because there's just no infrastructure. And just to go to Costco from Midway and Smith was a complete disaster. And the roadway's still a mess, as you guys know. The other thing on the BC zoning, my concern is on that, I don't see enough demand for it, number one. Number two, I think you're gonna actually rob potentially downtown and some of the other areas from commerce. And I think it's important that you guys keep the downtown vitalized and all the other current areas. Right now with the economy the way it is very difficult for retailers. And by carving up more space for commercial, I think you're gonna dilute, and that's gonna create more problems. So those are my only comments. I would just ask that you deny it, and if you are gonna pass it, for sure, do not allow the 20% increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak for, against, or undecided? Okay. You guys want to come back up, answer some questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Rodney, I don't know if we can put our slide back up because I have a couple of things on traffic in there. So really appreciate all the written testimony and then folks sticking around to provide their spoken testimony too. It's really good to have feedback. Let's see, on the density stuff, so the 20% density bonus we're requesting is just for the RMH district, and the intent behind that is that we can provide more of a variety of housing within that area. So 12 units per acre is pretty limiting. It doesn't allow for apartments essentially. So if you, so a 20% bonus on the 12 would get us to 14.4 units an acre, which would allow us to do a 2-story apartment building basically with some townhomes mixed in. So it really increases the variety of housing product that's there. It allows us to transition the density from the intense commercial to more high density to less density to the single family residential. So that's the intent behind that request. Looking at our zoning district requests, the gentleman that had all of the math that he provided was really great. I think what we're envisioning, because this is a master plan community, there's required to be 15% open space throughout the entire development, which is it's difficult to get density with that amount of open space. So realistically, in the single family area, we've been looking at 5 units per acre, and that's what our traffic impact study analysis contemplated. So we'd probably be more at, with 90 acres, probably more around 450 to maybe 500 units within the RS4 area. The RMH area, if we went up to the 14 units per acre at around 28, 29 acres, that'd be around 400 units, which is a typical size for a multifamily development. So that's what we envision, and I think we'd be comfortable with a condition that maybe stated something along those lines, if that's how the commission feels they'd like to make a recommendation. The gentleman that brought up the ditch, we are required to comply with state code 42-1102 requires that we maintain water that's being delivered to adjacent properties. And at this point, we haven't done a whole lot of engineering on this property, but it's likely that we'll be tiling that because I think the one that he's talking about goes straight through the middle of the site where we have some roadways and some other things planned. But we will make sure that we work with him to make sure that's delivered to his property.
Quick question on that
Yeah.
while you're there. So it sounds like the farmer hasn't been doing anything this last year, so the weeds probably grew up and it was slowing down the water flow. If this did get approved, could the developer keep that clean until he gets to the point where he does tile it so that the one to the north does get their water without an issue?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I can say that we'd be comfortable committing to that,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
We'll make
Appreciate
sure
that.
that we can coordinate that with our client. Another thing that's really important, I think, for folks to recognize when they're talking about the density and maybe the size of lots within this development is that this will all be incrementally phased throughout the development. So it is a large swath of ground, but realistically, you know, the northwest corner, I'm trying to show you pictures and I'm forgetting where they are in my slide deck, but the northwest corner is probably going to be where we would first go, and then all of the yellow is probably what would be developing first because we need the rooftops to support the commercial. So it's likely that the yellow would develop first and then some of the multifamily may kind of be sprinkled in there or may develop second. A preliminary plat would be proposed at some point showing probably the entire property boundary with lots within the single family area, and then we'd probably lot out the multifamily area and then maybe show some commercial lots with conceptual plans for commercial uses. So over a period of 10 to 15 years, the preliminary plat for the single family and the multifamily would be developed, and then commercial would come in when the market supports it. So the intention is not for this to be a huge commercial area. 30 acres sounds like a lot. This is kind of in relation to Cheryl's comments. It sounds like a lot, but really we're looking at more of a smaller market or a smaller, like maybe an Albertsons, like a neighborhood market type of store supported by other retailers, restaurants, fast casual dining stuff, maybe like a coffee shop, stuff that people can really walk to so that they're not accessing Midway Road or Lone Star to go over to Karcher to get to a store. So the idea is really to try to alleviate traffic by having services close by where a lot of folks will be living eventually. So traffic, speaking of traffic, is always a big concern. We've been working with Kittles and Associates. They've been coordinating with the city on scoping this project out. And one of the largest benefits I think that we've found with the master plan communities is it provides them an opportunity to have an overarching view of traffic for the entire area. And then when the preliminary plat comes in, they have to do a more detailed analysis, and city staff reviews it to make sure that the mitigations conform with what they think should be required. So there were a lot of roadway segments that were reviewed and part of the scoping area. That's all outlined in black here. You can see where our site is. It's in green, so it's pretty expansive. It looked at Smith Avenue from Midway Road all the way to Nampa Caldwell Boulevard, Orchard Avenue, Lone Star Road, Midway Road from Lake to Moss, and then Middleton Road from Orchard Avenue to Nampa Caldwell Boulevard. And they're, at this point, the findings, so they're basing these the potential trips off of potential densities, right? So we don't have a layout that they can really look at in a detailed way, but this is all stuff that they're stipulating based on potential densities. So the overall traffic will be substantial for the whole project, but as each phase develops, they'll be required to make improvements to roadways. So they'll widen Lone Star, they'll widen Midway, and then there will be traffic signals required. One thing I found interesting in the analysis is actually there are several intersections and several roadways that need to be improved just now with background traffic. So it's not necessarily like this development is going to trigger those improvements. It would help to pay for them if they came in, but it wouldn't, require it on its own. So I think, And with each, final plat, you'd get impact fees, and that's what helps to pay for improvements, as you all know. What else am I missing? Okay. We really appreciate your consideration, and we're in agreement with the staff report, the conditions of approval, so I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Questions? Mr. Chair? Yes. You touched on the phasing of the project. Do you have any idea of what the timeline would be? Like, are we?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Morgan, I don't have a defined timeline, but if this annexation were to be approved, our client wants to move forward with the preliminary plat as soon as we can. So that typically takes, through the entitlement process, probably 6 months, and then we would pursue a final plat for the first phase, probably soon after that. So maybe that's usually, I'm going to guesstimate, a year from design to approval of construction plans. And then construction would occur, so I'm going to guess probably 2 to 3 years out.
Okay, and then what percentage, real rough ballpark of the project would that be? And then how long until the next phases follow after that? Or is it all just going to be continuous?
So if we had 450 units, my guess is they'd probably do under 100 for each phase. So I'm going to call it 5 phases just to make it simple. But if we were to do the first phase, say the first phase is constructed and they have a final plat recorded in 2 years, that's pretty aggressive, but I'm just using an example. I think that they would probably sequentially go through each phase within a year after that. So it'd probably be a phase a year.
So 2 years to start, and then maybe after 7 years. I'm not holding you to anything.
Yeah, no, I think.
Because we're gonna ask Daniel, how soon roadways are gonna get improved.
Sure, yeah.
And so having a rough idea of
I think
how
what we
that
have
meshes.
been planning on is around 10 years, but 7 would be, I'm sure, awesome.
And that's
for-
just the RS4.
Yeah, that would just be the single-family residential, and then the multifamily will be market dependent. So if there's a developer that wants to come in and do that, I think, they would certainly be amenable to doing that earlier.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, kind of a follow-up to that. I've always been curious. I mean, this is a huge project. I would imagine one of the biggest that we've seen in the city, but, well, maybe not so, but it's a big one. And it's going to have a big footprint
Yeah.
if it gets approved. What kind of market analysis or do you do to consider, let's move forward with reaching out to Nampa and see if they'll be acceptable to a project this big? I mean, population growth, trends, all that kind of stuff. I mean, is it,
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kirkman. that
without
might be-
divulging any
Yeah.
proprietary?
So I work at an engineering firm or a consultant for developers who do this kind of work all the time. And so I think a lot of times sometimes they just know, and one of the property owners in this is a real estate broker, so they have a really good feel for, what the market is calling for, what the current trends are. And then I think a lot of them are really involved with planning processes and understand what decisions are made. And from those decisions, a lot of times land uses are determined. So that might be a bit above my abilities or
Okay.
pay grade to understand exactly what decisions
Yeah,
go
I
into
mean,
that. And
that's a question I get a lot.
Yeah.
Of people just asking, why so many developments? I mean, and it is, there's concerns with the comments that we've seen of, do we have the infrastructure to support it? And does growth pay for itself? And we all know that, the answer to that. And
Sure.
it doesn't pay for itself. No, it does not. It helps.
Be a little careful.
But it doesn't pay for itself. But we just see and I think there's some legitimate concerns with especially with a lot of these big developments going in. So anyways, it's more of a curiosity question than anything else because, and along with that, the commercial node at the center of this do you anticipate probably seeing more like box stores or more of a village feel or something to that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kirkman, to comment on the size of the project, just really quick. So this is 130 acres? I can't remember offhand. So that's roughly, I mean, most of the subdivisions are around 40
Yeah.
to 80 acres, so it's not huge, but it is a good collection of
Good
property,
chunk,
I
yeah.
think, to make a comprehensively planned project, which is a cool opportunity. The commercial component, they really envision being similar to the Albertsons that's over off of Amity and Eagle. So kind of a, that's a really great amenity for folks over there that didn't have any commercial really options. And it's not huge, but they do have some other kind of ancillary retail and some smaller restaurants. That's what they're envisioning here. And we did include some design guidelines in our application that they'd be held to. So some different architectural stylings and colors, schemes that will give it its own unique feel. And the idea was to try to, embrace the heritage of Nampa in this area, recognizing it's an important area for for city. So.
Okay, thank you.
Good? Okay.
Thank you.
You have something to add, Rodney, please?
Mr. Chair, I just had two questions that were from the public. Will they tile, I guess we talked about the tiling. Development agreement. Do you want me to respond to that one?
Please.
So a development agreement in most cases is developed as we have this discussion in a public hearing. It will be a decision by city council as well. So you can recommend a development agreement and you can include certain conditions to be placed in that development agreement. We don't have a development agreement developed yet. It's part of this process. But I did put in the staff report a list of conditions that I would recommend we place in that development agreement. And then we have a standard template that we use for legalese.
Thank you for the clarification, Rodney.
Close the public hearing.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Kirkman to close the public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, public hearing's closed. Yes.
Rodney and friends. You guys showed us a really cool tool a couple weeks ago about, Kirkham's bold statement that growth does not pay for growth.
When is that
No,
gonna be?
I didn't say, I said, go back, rewind the tape.
Can we see that? Why don't we have that yet? Is it not ready?
It's
Or-
not quite ready.
Because this would be a great.
It would be great. And we don't want to release something unless we're really certain it's accurate. We don't want, we don't want council debating whether this is an accurate tool. And some people siding on one side saying, yeah, it looks good because it gets what I want, or the other side and saying, hey, this is wrong because I don't agree with the process or the methodology. So we're trying to refine it enough to make sure that we poked all the holes in it and made sure that it's solid. So we're considering right now maybe even having like a third party just look at it and say, what did we miss? One of the things
Can
that.
I pause you for a
Yep.
second? I jumped in there. For those who don't know, there was a meeting last week, city council, an early morning meeting, where the city's budget department presented a tool they're developing that helps analyze developments more accurately, like the costs of the development to the city and the not reward, this is the right word, the revenue. The
versus
revenue.
cost, yeah.
And basically, what's the balance? Does it pay
Yeah.
for itself or does it not? And
That's
the answer
correct.
depends a lot on the variables you punch in.
Absolutely, yeah. And we were really, really conservative in all the assumptions we put in there. But, when we start refining those assumptions and saying, well, this isn't quite accurate, then we need to refine more assumptions, and it gets a little bit tricky. So what amount of specificity are we comfortable with? And that's what we're working on right now.
So that you're not comfortable enough in the tool to
to release it,
But-
no. We also want to do a test run of a development and maybe even do one that's existed that we've already developed. And then it kind of gives us a sense of, did it actually estimate well? So,
Thank you. I have the floor. Can I call Daniel up, please?
Please.
Daniel, would you speak to any roadway improvements that are already planned for this area, please?
So we don't have anything in the 5-year plan for Midway at this point.
Okay.
There are a number of developments that are proposed out there that will ultimately do traffic impact studies that may trigger improvements. If they are approved and go forward, just like this development will have to do those analysis and would likely trigger improvements associated with it as well. But as for a wholesale, we're widening Midway to 5 lanes, that's not something that's in the 5-year plan at this point. Again, we are working on our transportation master plan that will go through and do those analyses and identify where the priority corridors are and set our projects list.
Well, can I get something from Daniel really quick? Can you address the one property owner that lives just north of the park on Midway and what we could possibly do to address the noise and mitigate for him? I believe he's in the county, so there's not a whole lot we can do.
So until we are doing actual design plans and looking at property specific, when we do those designs, we are looking at how do we minimize our impacts to existing property owners. I did not pull up that address, so I don't know specifically what the situation is. There are times where depending on the vintage of the development that they are in, what those setbacks were required to be can be challenging on that. I'm happy to talk with him and talk over where we would anticipate those right-of-way lines are. So if he's putting improvements in, that he's not putting in improvements that we then have to go purchase in the future to minimize those impacts. But ultimately, those are things we do on every single project on a mile or half-mile section road when we go to transform it from a rural 2-lane section to the urban section that it ultimately needs to be.
Thanks.
While you're there, there was a project about a month and a half ago or so, and Midway was brought up, and the redoing of it, and if they wanted to do improvements, they had to go underground. Will that be over, or is this even in that area where Midway was improved?
I'm not remembering that. The only things we've had out on Midway recently have been the proposal for the Grace Bible Church.
I believe that was it, and for them to get their utilities, everything had to be underground. Because of an improvement to Midway up to a certain point.
There was a comment from someone asking whether or not we would require the power lines to be put underground, if I remember correctly. And that is not something that the city dictates. So aerial power is fine. Obviously, the other utilities and stuff, pretty much everybody but power goes underground.
I'm recalling something about the repaving of it, and since it was done.
So that, there was work done by Highway District number 4. When those properties come into the city, we have jurisdiction over those. Their codes require a 5-year moratorium on things. Our codes do not have that. We do have patch requirements and those types of things for that. But no, that's not something that's in city code.
you're all running around the mouth, let you.
I mean, the city, the staff did a lot of outreach to develop these specific area plans and reached out to the communities, had a lot of community input and stuff on them. This one, the other ones around Highway 16 and Ustick and stuff. And if I remember right, there was a lot of comments from people that wanted some business centers, some shopping and stuff down there because they had to drive so far. So, and it's not gonna happen until the rooftops get there, but it would be nice. I mean, there's no store or anything down that area. If you could get a local grocery store and a few restaurants and stuff, they wouldn't have to drive forever. But there was, if I remember right, there was quite a few comments of people wanting some business in the area so they didn't have to drive clear across town.
Especially the car show.
Yeah.
Well, I think the negative comments about commercial, a lot of people just don't understand what commercial would do. And they assume that it will increase traffic when actually it does just the opposite. Because people that live in the area tend to travel less distance to that said commercial property, so there isn't the effect on the entire city that there is if there's not that.
And they're plan to do the commercial and the real high density up against it and then phase that down to townhomes and then go to the single family. I like the plan. I think it's what we're trying to get these areas to do, but I think they did a good job addressing what our scope of that area, that plan was for, and I think they did a good job at addressing it, but.
Well, I think it took a lot of time putting this area plan together. I mean, it wasn't
It did.
something that
It was,
happened overnight.
it was quite a while. If I remember right, staff worked on it, so. But, no, I like it. I'm for it, but, and it's not happening over the next 2 years. They'll be still building there 7, 8 years from now, so.
Or more.
Yeah, or more.
I agree with all Tom's.
Closer to your mic, please. Yep.
11:30, give me a break. I agree with all Chairman Turner's sentiments. However, I feel like I have a hard time with these kinds of plans because, like has been stated, annexation and zoning is when we have the most discretion, but we have the least amount of information. You know what I mean? Like, when we don't know, we think they're gonna put the bigger lots next to the existing residential, but we don't know that. And by the time the plat comes, we have less discretion, I would say. And maybe I'm out of turn.
Go ahead,
Rodney's
Rodney.
gonna correct me. Go ahead.
Actually, I'm just going to ask a question. Are you talking about the lot compatibility requirements we have in code?
I'm just saying, like, it's a big blob of RS4, which could be a lot of things. And I don't know, do we still have, what I understand is, this is our moment of greatest discretion.
So our code specifically addresses compatibility when it's adjacent to a previously platted
true.
subdivision. So where the RS4 is on the west side against the existing residential lots,
Yeah,
there may be some compatibility requirements on that side.
that's a really good example.
Yeah, and so I think that, if memory serves me correctly, the RS4 compatibility requirement is 8,000 square feet.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at, is
Yeah.
maybe even 8,000 is a little too small for, and so maybe some more, granularity a word, right?
It is
Well, I think
tonight.
since
You
this
know
is,
what I'm trying to say,
since
right?
this is a master plan community, you have some
Exactly.
flexibility in lot sizes and what you would approve. That's the definition of the master plan community, is that you have that flexibility. So in your development agreement, you could outline that the properties on the west have to be a certain size, or maybe even, I don't know, just, the setbacks might be larger, or there might be a landscape buffer, or there might be, you know, some different things that might transition better to those lot sizes that you would prefer.
I mean-
Those are all conditions you can put in the development agreement.
We just talk a lot about diversity of housing types, and this looks to me like two housing types. I'm sure that it'll be more than that, but we can't see that at this point. And so when it comes to their preliminary plat, and if I'm sitting up here and I say, this is not enough housing diversity, is there anything I can do at that point, or is it just quasi-judicial and they meet code and you're done?
So there was a lot there.
Sorry.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, a couple of things. First of all, maybe we need to address some of the type of housing that they're proposing. I saw on their slide that they're proposing some attached and some detached. And so that's one difference that you could see in diversity of housing. But then, yeah, you can put, if you want a principle in there to use against the preliminary plat, you can put that in the DA, so that when the preliminary plat comes forward, you say, yeah, we put that statement in there because we wanted to see this, and you don't quite match what we were saying. You know, you have some discretion to approve or deny that based on its compatibility or compliance with the development agreement.
Thank you. That answers my. And my question for the group then, I guess, do you guys have any concerns with that 20% increase that they're asking for?
No, because I don't, because like she was saying, they want to try to increase the way I understood it, the multifamily up next to the commercial and then phase it down as she goes out towards the single family. So I think that's where she's trying, if I understood her correctly, that's where they're trying to add that higher density is up against the commercial and then work out from it.
So would the average over the whole thing still be at 12? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Mr. Chair, I think I need to jump in here because I heard a couple of comments like that in the public presentations. We need to make sure that this is very clear. They are only requesting a 20% increase to their high-density residential designation. So that goes to 14 dwelling units per acre. Is that right?
14.4.
Yeah, 14.4. So that's the only one. And then, yeah, you could put restrictions on, hey, up against those lots that are a large lot, single family, you could put restrictions on those to say, hey, it has to be a certain size lot.
What I understood when she was explaining it, that's what they were going to do. And then as they got out towards the single family, they were going to even do some townhomes. So they're stepping down. in
Which
the
is what we
density.
want them to do. Okay.
Yeah, and I think if they're developing the whole thing, they're going to want to do that to make it compatible. If you go from the high-density apartments down to, transition down to townhomes, and then the single family, it's a nice gradual transition instead of the apartments right up against a single family.
So I guess if we're looking at the high-density housing, when we say we're giving them the 20% increase, does that mean that's the maximum density in that area, or the average density over the whole thing? Or is that the same, or are you looking at that as the same thing? Do you understand the difference of what I'm asking?
I think so, but are you saying for the whole development, the
No,
average,
just
or
the
just
high density.
multifamily?
Just the, yeah, multifamily part.
So, yeah,
So do you analyze it all as one big thing?
we do.
So all this gray
Like
area
the multifamily, if it came in, we would look at the density that they provided.
on just, because they're probably not gonna develop all that gray at once, right?
Correct, yeah.
So each individual application that comes in could
Yeah.
be as high as 14.4.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so really that whole gray potentially could be 14.4.
Correct, yeah.
But we could also, at this point, like I say, put in the development agreement that as it transitions towards the single-family detached homes, that has to transition to townhome-style duplexes or something.
We want to see some transition.
Transition, yeah. Yeah, from west to east. Yeah.
And can we say that in the RS4? Do we want to see that same kind of step down as we move west to east, or?
I think in the single family, I think they need to make sure that the lots around the exterior against the other lots are compatible.
I think that's the more important thing, is
Yeah.
saying that the lots, the current residential lots that abut the RS4 need to be more compatible than.
Do you mind going back to the specific area plan? You have one that's got this one highlighted? Or is that in the other presentation? Sorry.
Well, he's finding that I just have a comment or a thought. If we're agreeing to the 20% increase and they do transition, do we have to go with RS4? 6? Neighboring is 7, 8.5, et cetera. I don't know. Or is that, I know it has to pencil out, I get it.
Yeah, that's a good
There
one
you
right
go.
there. What happened
There
there?
we go.
That's a good one. I gotta do the math to invert it, because I gotta go from dwelling units per acre to square feet.
Yeah, correct. So the tricky part about this is that we are looking, with a specific area plan, we're looking at a really big area beyond just this development and how it transitions. So this 5 to 8 dwelling units per acre, we're kind of stuck there.
Matches that, and that's RS4.
Yeah, that's RS4. So if you go beyond that, then it starts getting to the, less than that, 2.5 to 5 dwelling units per acre on the southern side of that. And then even on as you transition back over to the west, it's 2.5 to 5 dwelling units per acre. But the area that we're talking about is the higher part of that medium density residential.
I think, and I'm comfortable with that. I think I would like the compatibility, and I'll take your guys' input, compatibility to allow it to go beyond that 8,000. Because it's up against some like acre lots, right? I don't know.
So in our code, RS6 and RS7 max out at 10,000 square feet.
That's as much as they could go.
That's as much as they're required to go. Or 80% of whatever they're next to. So
I like something like that. I was gonna throw out 50% of what they're next to, but.
8% is the lower if it's.
Oh, that's the lower bound.
Whatever is low.
There's,
Yeah.
the other one you just said is the upper bound.
Yeah.
So, yeah, exactly. It would max out at 10,000.
Oh. Is anybody else as concerned as I am?
But is that what's in the code? Yeah.
So the code would be 8,000. The ones
Right.
along the edge abutting the existing
In
residential
RS4
would be 8,000.
be 8,000
Which is
max.
still pretty small compared to what's there.
But you have the flexibility with an MPC to make that condition bigger,
But
if
only
you
up
would
to
like.
10,000.
Only up to 10, though.
No, I'm just giving you an example.
That's
RS6 and RS7 go to
bigger then.
10,000.
Oh, okay.
So,
Bigger than-
sorry, I'm just throwing out the
Okay.
numbers that we have in code, just to give you an idea.
So we could require those along the existing county lots to maybe go 70% of the lot width that they butt up to, so they'd be close, 70, 75%. So they wouldn't have to match them completely, but the width that they would be butting up to would be darn close to what's already there,
That's
something
kind of
like
where
that.
my mind is at. Or we just do like a percentage or something.
Yeah, like-
I don't know.
That could start cutting into the required densities. specific
volume
area
there.
plan.
So it
I,
to make up.
yeah,
Kind of what you want.
Because that's where we always run into a problem with these larger lots, county subdivisions, when something comes along, the people, you know, they're looking at getting 4 lots across the back property line, and that just isn't compatible most of the time. So if we could say that they have to be at least 75% of the width of the,
Even 50%, I think would be.
size are they?
or something, so, of those lots that they're gonna butt up against.
And then I guess we need to look at,
Like this is impacting such a small portion of this plan. But I think it's an important part.
Yeah, there's not a lot of lots
If
there.
that's required, though, how much are you gonna have to change on the interior? I mean, they're gonna have to are they gonna have to go
They-
back and redo the whole,
They haven't planned any of it out yet.
oh, I mean, they got a pretty good idea.
They don't have lots laid out.
So they're not even an acre?
Plat or no?
They're 3/4 of an
So
acre.
they're pretty wide, so.
Those are
Yeah,
3
even like the chairman said, you know, if we make them 50%,
So, but isn't that a ditch that divides them?
Yeah, there's a canal there.
So you would
So
argue
they
that they're
actually
not
aren't
abutting.
even abutting,
so yeah,
Yeah.
there's already a buffer. So you could do a landscape buffer to get them even further away,
Without changing
the lot
Without changing
sizes.
code.
that's a pretty good sized canal, though. Right away.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, it looks to me like even though there is a ditch there, the properties extend to the center line of the ditch on both sides. And so you are abutting those properties, so you'd still have that requirement that's already built into code, but you could increase that. I'm a little bit nervous about giving a percentage because some of these properties, if they're abutting up against 2 of these properties and it's a percentage, it's going to be really challenging for me to figure out what I should do, right? So I would prefer, since these are about 3/4 of an acre, that one that I'm kind of pointing at here is 2 acres, but that's kind of an outlier for that subdivision. I would recommend we do some exact number, so that's, you have to have, you know, from this range, maybe 10 to 12,000 square feet or something like that.
Good numbers.
But too, that, what do you got? You got 20 foot on each side of that canal, that's probably,
That's actually the Phyllis Canal, so it's not.
yeah, so and then you got 20 feet on each side of it, right, for the right of way? So I mean, you're not even gonna be butting up to them come to, you know, when you look at it, so I think if we just leave it the way code says, then I think we'd be good.
Okay.
I mean, they're gonna be a long ways apart.
8,000
I think
square
we-
feet's big
yeah,
enough
I just
as we get closer.
leave it with code, and I think they'll work on it and do their best to make it compatible. Yeah, Phyllis Canals, how wide is that thing? 12, 15 feet, something like that, maybe bigger? So you're gonna be over half a football field apart anyway from the property lines, where you
What,
know.
what if we just said, there's no 8,000 limit? Make it as compatible as they can.
That sounds perfect. Go for it.
Could we say,
But, yeah,
From the person who has to review the preliminary plat,
that's too loose.
yeah, it would be really hard to just look at it and be like, it's close enough.
could do that, though.
If you word it like that, I
But
could
they-
do
but
that.
They're not incentivized to make those huge lots, and if they did,
Mhm. But if you're good with 8,000, they'll probably
I
go
don't
with
know that I
8,000.
am.
Okay.
We just leave it up to what's in code, so.
Do a range. Well, 8,000 is what's in
8 to
code. So
10.
if you're not good with that, then,
I'd like to see 10 or more there. 10 to 12, 10 to 12.
okay.
There you go.
Is that a motion?
Since that's what time it is.
Is that a motion?
Okay.
Anything else?
No, it's just gotta get the motion back up there so you can get it made. It's gonna be
Everybody,
5 to 12 here
most
pretty
people, is everybody how's everybody feeling? I heard Steve say he doesn't like the 20% increase, but sounds like everybody else is okay with
Oh,
it.
I don't have a problem with the 20% increase.
You're going from 12 to 14.
Okay, you feel better?
I just like the fact that you get a little, gonna give the 20%, then give a little bit more on the single-family side. And,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
Okay, go for it.
I'll move to recommend approval of the project as stated on screen with recommended conditions and proposed findings with the additional understanding, because I kind of want to put this into a development agreement. Okay. With the development agreement, can I just say that incorporates the principles of transitioning the density of the multifamily housing, decreasing from west to east, and lots that are abutting existing homes are 10,000 to 12,000 square feet in lieu of the 8,000 currently.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Turner to approve the item with the development agreement. Can we have a roll call, please?
Garner, absent. Miller,
Yes.
Daffer, absent. Turner,
Aye.
Kehoe,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Kirkman,
Yes.
Copeland, absent. Feen.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Turner to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
That's how we do it.
Thank you all, appreciate it. I could have made it to midnight, but whatever.
See you guys. Thanks for sticking it out.
Maybe my wife.
See you guys. Thanks for sticking it out.